Holy moly. So you guys know that my bag is censorship, government collusion, and suppressing free speech. We always talk about psychological operations. We always talk about influence operations going on. I don't know if you guys have seen this because it only came out about 30 minutes ago, but Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi released what they're calling the CTIL files, the CTIL. I put all three threads down in the chat. There's so much to go through here. I was just reading through part 3, and I noticed that it was part 3, so I went to go find part 2 because I had read part 1 this morning or earlier today from Michael Schellenberger, and it's pretty crazy. But I think I want to start with 3 because it's just so insane. But maybe we do start with 1 just for good introductions. But hey, Sam.
Hi, I got your note. I just woke up. How are
I
you
figured
feeling?
you did. Yeah, I figured you did. That's why I just texted. But I wanted to text you the space just in case you wanted to come rock it with me.
Of course I do. How are you feeling? Everyone, I'm not feeling well, and Trash
No,
isn't feeling the best either. He is doing his Trash Panda thing.
that's right.
So, oh,
Let's go. Well, guys, I put all 3 threads down in the nest or down in the chat. I haven't put them up in the nest yet. I'll probably put. Man, I don't know. I guess we just start with part 1. I guess.
start from the beginning.
Yeah, it's just so crazy. You have no idea, guys. If you haven't seen these yet, Matt Taibbi released part 2 and part 3 about 30 minutes ago, and I've just made my way through 2, and I started working on 3, and so I want to go through these because I've done all the Twitter file stuff, I've done all the Missouri v. Biden stuff, so I figured this is right. This is something I need to cover here. Last time I covered Taibbi's work, he popped in, so hopefully he'll pop up. I'll tag him up top. I think it's M Taibbi. There. Yes. So maybe he'll come in. But Michael Schellenberger as well. Let me see if I can tag Schellenberger. Give me 1 second. Uno moment.
Yeah, and everyone, you could please retweet the space, guys, if you wouldn't mind, just so we can get more exposure on this. Because these, I don't know how we're pronouncing it. Anyway,
Oh,
file
it's CTIL. I put it in wrong.
CTIL.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, you guys, this is really, really important. A lot of us are dealing with this. I mean, we're all dealing with this right now. And so if you wouldn't mind, please retweet the space. It'll get more exposure. Hopefully, like Tress said, either Taibbi or Schellenberger will be able to come in. But yeah, let's get this thing going.
Yeah, the last time I did Taibbi's Twitter files, he came in. So that was back in what, January, February, roughly. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah. All right. So I guess we just start with part 1, which is Michael Schellenberger. So I will put that up. It's down in the chat, but I will throw it up in the nest. So we're gonna go through this. Just read a comment. Perfect timing. Just started an oil change on my truck and need something to listen to. Awesome. I'm glad because this is crazy. So if you guys want to take a look at this with me, let me go find my profile. Okay, part 1. There we go. So, all right, buckle up. I'm not even kidding. This is crazy stuff. So, part 1, the CTIL. I'm just going to say CTIL. The CTIL file, part 1. Many people insist that governments aren't involved in censorship, but they are. And now a whistleblower has come forward with an explosive new trove of documents rivaling or exceeding the Twitter files and Facebook files in scale and importance. And this is an article that he is posting, that he wrote as of today. And so whistleblowers come forward. So the CTIL files, part 1. U.S. and U.K. military contractors created sweeping plan for global censorship in 2018, new documents show. The whistleblower makes trove of new documents available to public, and Racket, which is Racket News, I'm now following them on YouTube. They put a lot of this audio video on their channel, so I found them on YouTube. But so basically on Racket, showing the birth of the censorship industrial complex in reaction to Brexit and Trump in election 2016. This is so this is it. So whistleblowers come forward with an explosive new trove of documents as we said before, rivaling Twitter files, Facebook files in scale and importance. They described the activity as a, quote, anti-disinformation group called the Cyber Threat Intelligence League, or CITIL. That officially began as a volunteer project of data scientists and defense and intelligence veterans, but whose tactics over time appear to have been absorbed into multiple official projects, including those of the Department of Homeland Security, which I talk about all the time. So, and that's the DHS. So the CTI League documents offer the missing link answers to key questions not addressed in Twitter files or Facebook files. Combined, they offer a comprehensive picture at the birth of the anti-disinformation sector, or what we have called the censorship industrial complex. The whistleblowers' documents describe everything from the genesis of modern digital censorship programs to the role of military and intelligence agencies, partnerships with civil society organizations and commercial media, the use of sock puppet accounts, and other offensive techniques. Quote, lock your shit down, explains one document about creating your spy disguise. Another explains that while such activities overseas are typically done by the CIA and NSA and Department of Defense, censorship efforts against Americans have to be done using private partners because the government doesn't have the legal authority. We talk about this with like EIP, Alex Stamos, Renee DiResta. We talk about all these things. The whistleblower alleges that a leader of the CTI League, a former British intelligence analyst, was, quote, in the room at the Obama White House in 2017. What? Oh, I guess just before. Weird. When she received the instructions to create a counter-disinformation project to stop a repeat of 2016. Wow. Over the last year, public, racket, congressional investigators, and others have documented the rise of the censorship industrial complex, a network of over 100 government agencies, excuse me, and NGOs that work together to urge censorship by social media platforms and spread propaganda about disfavored individuals, topics, and whole narratives. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security Cybersecurity and Information Agency, CISA, has been the center of gravity for much of the censorship, as I talk about all the time, right? They were the switchboard between all the various different groups and social media companies, with the National Science Foundation financing the development of censorship and disinformation tools and other federal government agencies playing a supportive role. Emails from CISA's NGO and social media partners show that CISA created the EIP, which I was just talking about in 2020, Election Integrity Partnership, which involved the Stanford Internet Observatory and other U.S. government contractors. EIP and its successor, the Virality Project, urged Twitter, Facebook, and other platforms to censor social media posts by ordinary citizens and elected officials alike. Despite the overwhelming evidence of government-sponsored censorship, it had yet to be determined where the idea for such mass censorship came from. In 2018, a Stanford Internet Observatory official and former CIA fellow Renee DiResta, CIA Renee, generated national headlines before and after testifying to the U.S. Senate about Russian government interference in 2016 election. But what happened between 2018 and spring 2020? The year 2019 has been a black hole in the research of the censorship industrial complex to date. When one of us, Michael Schellenberger, testified to the U.S. House of Representatives about the censorship industrial complex in March of this year, the entire year was missing from his timeline. An earlier start date to the censorship industrial complex. And it's got a nice little graphic here, it was saying basically how they creating the MisInfoSec communities. So you had MisInfoSec, Credibility Coalition, People-Centered Internet, and IACI, working in conjunction with industry, academia, media, community, government, and InfoSec. Now, a large trove of new documents, including strategy documents, training videos, presentations, and internal messages, reveal that in 2019, U.S. and U.K. military intelligence contractors, led by a former U.K. defense researcher, Sarah Jane S.J. Terp, developed the sweeping censorship framework. These contractors co-led CTIL, which partnered with CISA in the spring of 2020. In truth, the building of the CIC, Censorship Industrial Complex, began even earlier in 2018. Internal CTIL Slack messages showed Terp, her colleagues, and officials from DHS and Facebook all working closely together in the censorship process. The CTIL framework and the public-private model are the seeds of what both US and UK would put into place in 2020 and 2021, including masking censorship within cybersecurity institutions and counter-disinformation agendas, a heavy focus on stopping disfavored narratives, not just wrong facts, but pressuring social media platforms to take down information, to take other actions to prevent content from going viral. In the spring of 2020, CTIL began tracking and reporting disfavored content on social media, such as anti-lockdown narratives, like, quote, all jobs are essential, or, quote, we won't stay home, and, quote, America, open America now. CTIL created a law enforcement channel for reporting content as part of these efforts. The organization also did research on individuals posting anti-lockdown hashtags like hashtag Free CA, which is Free Canada, and kept a spreadsheet with details from their Twitter bios. This is crazy, man. The group also discussed requesting takedowns and reporting website domains to registrars. CTIL's approach to disinformation went far beyond censorship. The documents show that the group engaged in offensive operations to influence public opinion. Let me read that again. They weren't just trying to take down content. They actually went on offensive operations. This is what made this so crazy. I've been going through this content. Wait till you see this. It's insane. Engage in offensive operations to influence public opinion, discussing ways to promote, quote, counter messaging, co-opt hashtags, dilute disfavored messaging, create sock puppet accounts, and infiltrate private invite-only groups. In one suggested list of survey questions, CTIL proposed asking members of potential members, quote, have you worked with influence operations, i.e. disinformation, hate speech, or other digital harms, etc., previously? The survey then asked whether these influence operations include active measures and PSYOPs. These documents came to us via a highly credible whistleblower. We were independently able to verify their legitimacy through extensive cross-checking of information to publicly available sources. The whistleblower said that they were recruited to participate in CTIL through monthly cybersecurity meetings hosted by DHS. The FBI declined to comment. CISA did not respond to our request for comment, and TERP and the other key CTIL leaders did not respond to our request for comment. But one person involved, Bonnie Smalley, replied over LinkedIn saying, quote, all I can comment on is that I joined CTI League, which is unaffiliated with any government orgs, because I wanted to combat the inject bleach nonsense online during COVID. And I can assure you that we had nothing to do with the government, though. Yet these documents suggest that government employees were engaged members of CTIL. One individual who worked for DHS, Justin Frappier, was extremely active in CTIL, participating in regular meetings and leading trainings. And there's a screenshot here. And they've got, this is their internal email. And they're all talking to each other. This looks like a Slack. And you can see the conversation right here. It's just crazy. So the Bonnie Smalley, she was the one that was on LinkedIn saying it wasn't government. But all the people involved here, they're confirmed that we're part of the government. Take a look at that graphic. There's more here. You can see the conversation. It's so crazy. CTIL's ultimate goal, said the whistleblower, was to become part of the federal government. In our weekly meetings, they made it clear that they were building these organizations within the federal government, and if you built the first iteration, we could secure a job for you. TERP's plan, which is what she shared in presentations to information security and cybersecurity groups in 2019, was to create misinfosec communities that would include government. Both public records and the whistleblower's documents suggest that she achieved this. In April 2020, Chris Krebs, the then director of CISA, announced on Twitter and in multiple articles that CISA was partnering with CTIL. I remember this, saying it's really an information exchange, said Chris Krebs. I remember that. The documents also show that TERP and her colleagues, through a group called MisInfoSec Working Group, which included DiResta, CIA Renee. Oh, here, let me get you, Dustin, sorry. Created a censorship, influence, and anti-disinformation strategy called Adversarial Misinformation and Influence Tactics and Techniques, otherwise known as AMIT. They wrote AMIT by adapting a security framework developed by MITRE, a major defense and intelligence contractor that has an annual budget of $1 to $2 billion in government funding. TERP later used AMIT to develop DISARM framework, which is the World Health Organization then employed in countering anti-vaccination campaigns across Europe. A key component of TERP's work through CTIL, MisInfoSec, and AMIT was to insert the concept of cognitive security into the field of cybersecurity information. If you guys remember, CISA came out, and I want to say it was Easterly that came out with this, saying that all speech should be considered cognitive infrastructure. And by making it cognitive infrastructure, they then had a right to censor, suppress, and withhold information on the basis of national security. So they called all of your thoughts, all of your content, tweets, Facebook posts as cognitive infrastructure. So she was part of building that out. Because it says right here, a key component of TERP's work through CTIL, MisInfoSec, and AMIT was to insert the concept of cognitive security into the fields of cybersecurity and information security. It was done in CISA. The sum total of the documents is a clear picture of a highly coordinated and sophisticated effort by the US and UK governments to build a domestic censorship effort and influence operations similar to the ones that they have used in foreign countries. At one point, TERP openly referenced her work, quote, in the background on social media issues related to the Arab Spring. Another time, the whistleblower said she expressed her own apparent surprise that she would ever use such tactics developed for foreign nationals against American citizens. According to the whistleblower, roughly 12 to 20 active people involved in the CITL work at FBI or CISA. Jeez. Quote, for a while they had their agency seals, FBI, CIA, whatever, next to your name on the Slack messaging service, said the whistleblower. TERP had a CISA badge that went away at some point. The ambitions of the 2020 pioneers of the CIC, the Censorship Industrial Complex, guys, went far beyond simply urging Twitter to slap a warning label on tweets or to put individuals on blacklists. The AMIT framework calls for discrediting individuals as a necessary prerequisite of demanding censorship against them. It calls for training influencers to spread messages. And it calls for trying to get the banks to cut off financial services to individuals who organize rallies or events. Dustin. The timeline of CISA's work with CITL leading up to its work with EIP and Virality Project strongly suggests that the model built for public-private censorship operations may have actually originated from a framework originally created by military contractors. What's more, the techniques and materials outlined by CITL closely resemble materials later created by CISA's Countering Foreign Intelligence Task Force and Mis-Dis and Malinformation Team. Over the next several days and weeks, we intend to present these documents to congressional investigators, and we make public all of these documents while also protecting the identity of the whistleblower and other individuals who are not senior leaders or public officials. But for now, we need to take a closer look at what happened in 2018, 2019, leading up to the creation of CITL, as well as the group's key role in the formation and the growth of the censorship industrial complex. I'm going to take a break here for a second because I'm still under the weather. But I told you this was big. And here's the thing. This content in here, this thread, this article that he wrote that I just read, the reason I'm covering it now, I want to get right on it. Number one, it's everything. It's everything we've been missing, number one. Number two, on Thursdays when the hearings start. And so Sabby and myself, we're going to have a space starting on Thursday with these hearings. And I wanted to be well prepared so we understood what was going on. And when we have that space, if people haven't seen this content, that we can fill them in intelligently about what they're hearing. But any feedback from the speakers before I move on so I can rest my voice for a second?
This makes me ill. Just going over this again and reading it and being personally familiar with some of these tactics that I've encountered. It's it really is quite something.
Oh, it is, my friend. Oh, it is.
Trash, can you hear me?
Yeah.
As we said in Dustin's space the other day, I believe, we were all up there. Yeah, I forget what we were talking about. Patience. It's all coming out, everyone. It is all coming out, and this is not the end. This is big. I haven't even gone through it, but just what you read, Trash. This is insane. And notice the dates: 2018. Remember what else has happened starting in 2018 too. So this isn't it. This is a huge deal. So I'm really curious how this plays out when they release the rest of these documents. I'm going to definitely pour through these all tonight, and I'll be on the space tomorrow, hopefully. But this isn't over, people. It is. They're putting this stuff out in pieces, but it's not going to stop here. And Trash, Dustin, you guys know what's going to come soon. The hiring.
Hell
the
yeah.
revolving door. Because if these people are operating on the platforms, then someone inside was also helping them in the offense, as you mentioned, Trash, and the other things. And they're collecting data, building databases on people's profiles and whatnot. Well, they had help within too at the social media platforms. I guarantee it, and it'll come out. Patience. This is good though.
Well, we got a taste of that right name on some of the Twitter files with the labeling of different accounts, right? And we jumped on the shadow banning aspect of it, right? Which was what they have, like no boost, right? Like it was Jack Posobiec, I think, was the example that they used in the Twitter files. But holy shit, Trash. I'm sorry you're sick, brother, but this got to feel a little bit like Christmas, like right in the wheelhouse again, right? We have the Media Matters lawsuit, Now we have whistleblowers coming forward. And what have I been saying? Right? I've been purposely putting out into the universe, like, only the first people who come forward get to be whistleblowers. The rest of you are just common criminals, right? So, like, if you're listening, maybe you're Jim in the van, you're one of these government agents, bro, blow the whistle, turn it all over. What you guys did is anti-constitutional, it's anti-American, and there will be no mercy except for the first handful of people who come forward. Everybody
It's
else,
all going to come out.
it's
It's
all
all
coming
coming
out.
out.
100%. And I was struck. I haven't dove like right real deep into it. I really appreciate you jumping right on this, Trash and Savvy. Like, could not think of anyone I'd rather listen to when I kind of saw this breaking, right? But the part that jumped out at me, how much, and I saw you clowning on him earlier, but Ben Collins and Brandy Zandrosny, right? And the legacy media's role in all of this stuff, because I remember, right, because I was so often targeted these people during this like period, right? They wrote about me and Jen freaking constantly. I remember Ben Collins, them doing this um bleach. Oh, they want you to drink bleach in order to like fight back against COVID, right? In order to undermine real therapeutics like ivermectin, which, right, the horse dewormer, right, as they so called it. I'm wondering about the offensive capabilities, right? And my guess, what we're going to get to, and I said this when the Media Matters lawsuit came out, that what do you want to bet that the majority of the people who were saying the most ridiculous stuff that then got brought forward by the Ben Collins and the side, what do you want to bet that was coordinated at this level? The people saying, "Oh my God, you should drink bleach," right? That was in their own little private groups, right? That they could then amplify as justification for the kind of censorship they were doing. I, when I read offensive capabilities, my first thought was that is them creating the circumstances to justify their censorship machine. As the first thing that jumped out at me.
Yeah, that makes me exactly right. I want to see how many bot accounts, how many bot forms these guys have been operating to push these narratives. That's what I want to see, because that's exactly what they've been doing this whole time, and everyone knows it. But now we finally get to see it.
Yeah,
The implication, well, real quick, just the implications when they said the whistleblower alleges that a leader of CTI League, a former British intelligence analysis, was, quote, in the room at the Obama White House in 2017 when she received instructions to create a counter disinformation project to stop, quote, a repeat of 2016. So they're talking about the formation of a censorship apparatus to control our elections right there. That's mind blowing.
oh yeah, and wait till we get to like part 2 and 3 where they actually really go deep into the offensive operations. There's video, there's audio, there is all kinds of stuff that they're bringing on this. So I'm going to get through this part 1 here pretty quick, guys, and then because it's a lot, Michael wrote a lot here, and then we will get to part 2 and 3 where you really get to see the offensive. It's this is just given the history, which is I think is important for this space, and then we'll get into the nuts and bolts of it. Yeah, go ahead, Sean, real quick.
I just want to thank you for doing this. This seems to be the strongest and most coordinated assault against our individual liberty, especially the First Amendment, since at least the Vietnam War, and they're locking people up for talking about it, or World War One with the Sedition Act. Like this is significant. This is definitely a bombshell.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you know this, but like, Dust and myself, Name, Redacted, Savvy, we've been doing spaces and research on the censorship industrial complex for over a year.
I know
And
I've been listening to him.
yeah, and at the end of the day, just like he said earlier, he said there was always one hole in this whole thing, and it was 2018 and 2019. It's because of this. This was the hole. This is what we couldn't figure it out. Because, like, around the same time, they were creating these other agencies through NDAAs back in 2018. So they were getting it started through government funding and through these massive NDAA spending bills, and that no one knew what was in. And it was because they were organizing this entire thing. And it shows it was running through DOD, it was running through CISA, it's running through the Department of Homeland Security. And then they're using the NGOs, as they mentioned earlier, like EIP, Stanford Internet Observatory, the Kate Starbirds of the world out in Washington State. So, but this is really the center, the heart of this
We have
whole.
the name to it. We know where to look now.
Yeah. So my voice is good, Dustin. If you want to go real quick, and then I'm gonna keep reading you guys because it's a long
Yeah,
post.
yeah. So I want to add one more piece. Foreign influence, right? What we are seeing, right? And name is done right talking all the time about foreign malign influence center and how they use right the fact foreign manipulation of our elections, right? Over and over and over again. And listen, they made the rules. They made the rules, right? Foreign interference in elections through censorship. Oh, shucky ducky. Now that sounds serious.
Sounds very, very serious. And as we keep going here, the second tweet in here, or third, or whatever it is, but volunteer and former government agents. So it's got a graphic here, and it kind of breaks down the info environment. So you've got the physical dimension, informational, and cognitive. And it kind of, I encourage you to look at that. I'm sure he's going to talk about it here in the article, so I'll skip reading what the infographic says. It's there for you to take a look. But here we go. Bloomberg, Washington Post, and other published credulous stories in the spring of 2020, claiming that the CTI League was simply a group of volunteer cybersecurity experts. Its founders were a former Israeli intelligence officer, Ohad Zeidenberg, a Microsoft security manager, Nate Warfield. They're naming names, boys. And the head of SecOps for DEF CON, a hackers convention, Mark Rogers. The articles claim that those highly skilled cybercrime professionals had decided to help billion-dollar hospitals on their own time without pay for strictly altruistic motives. Holy shit. And just one, oh, yeah, and by the way, Dustin, thanks for pointing it out. Yeah, I was clowning the hell out of Ben Collins this morning. He's big mad. He's not happy about Elon. Anyway, in just 1 month, from mid-March to mid-April, the supposedly all-volunteer CTIL had grown to 1,400 vetted members in 76 countries, spanning 45 different sectors, and it helped to lawfully take down 2,833 cyber criminal assets on the internet, including 17 designed to impersonate government organizations, the United Nations and World Health Organization, and had identified more than 2,000 vulnerabilities in healthcare institutions in more than 80 countries. At every opportunity, the men stressed that they were simply volunteers motivated by altruism. Quote, "I knew I had to do something to help," said Zadenberg. "There is a really strong appetite for doing good in the community," Rogers said during the Aspen Institute webinar. By the way, just to be clear about who the Aspen Institute is, if you guys don't know by now, you've got former heads of all the spook organizations that are part of the Aspen Institute underneath the Atlantic Council umbrella. So we know who these people are, right? This is the whole point. And yet a clear goal of CTIL's leaders was to build support for censorship among national security and cybersecurity institutions. Towards that end, they sought to promote the idea of cognitive security as a rationale for government involvement in censorship activities. That's what I was talking about earlier. Cognitive security is the thing you want to have, said Turp on a 2019 podcast. You want to protect the cognitive layer. It's basically all about pollution. Misinformation, disinformation is a form of pollution across the internet. Turk and Pablo Brewer, another CTI leader like Zadenberg, had backgrounds in the military and were former military contractors. Both have worked for SoftWorks, a collaborative project of the U.S. Special Forces Command and Doolittle Institute. The latter transfers Air Force technology through the Air Force Resource Lab to the private sector. God. According to Turp's bio on the website of consulting firm she created with Brewer, she's, quote, taught data science at Columbia University, was a CTO, Chief Technical Officer of the UN's Big Data team, designed machine learning algorithms and unmanned vehicle systems at the UK Ministry of Defense. Excuse me. Brewer is a former U.S. Navy commander. According to his bio, he was military director of the U.S. Special Operations Command, Donovan Group, and senior military advisor and innovation officer to SoftWorks, the National Security Agency, and U.S. Cyber Command, as well as being the director of C4 at U.S. Naval Forces Central Command. Brewer is listed as having been in the Navy during the creation of CTIL on his LinkedIn page. They all do, names listening, they all put their shit on LinkedIn. It's so crazy. It is so crazy. In June 2018, Turp attended a 10-day military exercise organized by U.S. Special Operations Command, where she says she first met Brewer and discussed modern disinformation campaigns on social media. Wired summed up the conclusions they drew from their meeting. Quote, misinformation they realized could be treated the same way as a cybersecurity problem. And so they created COGSEC with David Perlman and another colleague, Thaddeus Grug, at the lead. In 2019, TERP co-chaired a MisInfoSec working group with COGSEC. Brewer admitted in a podcast that his aim was to bring military tactics to use on social media platforms in the U.S. He says, quote, I wear two hats, he explained. The military director of the Donovan Group and one of the two innovation officers at SoftWorks, which is a completely unclassified 501c3 nonprofit that's funded by U.S. Special Operations Command. God damn.
Whole. Perhaps we should read that last sentence over again, Aaron.
Absolutely. I'll just read the whole last paragraph.
Yeah.
Brewer admitted in a podcast that his aim was to bring military tactics to use on social media platforms in the U.S. He said, quote, I wear two hats, he explained. Quote, the military director of the Donovan Group and one of two information officers at SoftWorks, which is a completely unclassified 501c3 nonprofit that's funded by U.S. Special Operations Command.
This is the government waging war on American people, but doing it.
Are we
in the
surprised? Are we surprised?
No,
No,
No, not at all.
But like
not at
no,
here's
Not
we've
at all.
talked about this in the past. Like we've said on numerous spaces, we need whistleblowers to come forward with this. So very patriotic and courageous for someone to do this. We need more, and there will be more, and more is going to come out. This is it's disturbing, but I'm glad we all know and we have more answers because most of us were
I
affected
love
by this.
my favorite thing here is that 1,400 people altruistically just volunteered their time to do this. I love that. That is the funniest thing in the world. Yeah, I'll just spend my whole day, all day long, censoring America. I'll do that out of the goodness of my heart. I mean, just what the hell's the matter with these people?
And you look at their LinkedIn profiles, I'm telling you, these people all have something in common. Okay, they're all former intelligence or they're member of, CFR, Atlantic Council. I mean, you name it. I mean, they're all sort of from the same. Is that correct, Trash? Like, what was the comment on the LinkedIn profiles that you had read?
yeah, he on LinkedIn, he says he was listed as being in the Navy during the creation of CTIL on his LinkedIn
Like
page.
Navy intelligence?
Probably.
Yeah. I
Sounds to me like this is an op. They
Yeah,
created it in the Navy. They all left to create it.
yeah, because he was director of C4 at the U.S. Naval Forces Central Command.
Yeah,
So yeah,
I found many of those type of people over at Meta and Google. I didn't really include them though because I was like, well, do I want to are these people just patriots and they got another job? But most of them were in the intelligence side of it. There were many of them in very high positions like that I had found, but I had sort of focused on, CIA and those types, but I
yeah,
found those cases too,
yeah. I highly recommend everybody take a look at the graphic that's on here. It's from AMIT. Now, just to remind you guys of what AMIT was, and I'll give you the exact name for the acronym. Let's see, where is it? Where are you? Oh, that was in the first one, I think. Give me 1 second. I'll remind you what AMIT is. Okay. It was something that this TERP lady was involved in building, and it essentially became the central working role moving forward. Anyway, I'll go back to it later. You guys check out the infographic. It's pretty disturbing of how they calculated exactly how they were going to roll this out and countermeasures framework.
I have
And
the name, Trash. It's adversarial misinformation and influence tactics and techniques.
PSYOPs.
PSYOP.
So, all right, I'll keep going here. This is important. So thank you for that too, by the way, Sam. Brewer went on to describe how they thought they were getting around the First Amendment. His work with TERP, he explained, was a way to get, quote, non-traditional partners into one room, including maybe somebody from one of the social media companies, maybe a few special force operators, and some folks from the Department of Homeland Security, to talk in a non-attribution, open environment in an unclassified way so that we can collaborate better and more freely and really start to change the way we address some of these issues. The MisinfoSec report advocated for sweeping government censorship and counter misinformation. During the 6 months of 2019, the authors say that they analyzed, quote, incidents, developed a reporting system, and shared their censorship vision with numerous state, treaty, and NGOs. In every incident mentioned, the victims of misinformation were on the political left, and they included Barack Obama, John Podesta, Hillary Clinton, and Emmanuel Macron. The report was open about the fact that its motivation for counter misinformation were the twin political earthquakes of 2016 Brexit and the election of Trump. This is crazy. John Podesta, how that's interesting. Hillary, Emmanuel Macron, and Barack. So they were saying that there was targeted misinformation against these guys, and
Well, they did have an uptick in uh conversations around that area, which goes back to that 17th letter. They honed in on those three individuals.
yeah,
It's true.
yeah. Quote: a study of the antecedents to these events led us to the realization that there's something off kilter with our information landscape. Quote: wrote Terp and her co-authors. Quote: the usual useful idiots and fifth columnists, now augmented by automated bots, cyborgs, and human trolls, are busily engineering public opinion, stoking up outrage, sowing doubt, and chipping away at trust in our institutions. And now it's our brains that are being hacked, end quote. This is the way they thought. MisinfoSec report focused on information that, quote, changes beliefs through narratives, and recommended a way to counter misinformation by attacking specific links in a kill chain or influence chain from the misinfo incident before it becomes a full-blown narrative. This is part of where Kate Starberg's work came in, by the way. That's what she was working on. The report laments that governments and corporate media no longer have full control of information. Quote, for a long time, the ability to reach mass audiences belonged to the nation state, example in the U.S. via broadcast licensing through ABC, CBS, and NBC. Now, however, control of information instruments has been allowed to develop to large technology companies who have been blissfully complacent and complicit in facilitating access to the public for information operators at a fraction of what it would cost them by other means. The authors advocated for police, military, and intelligence involvement in censorship across Five Eyes nations, and even suggested that Interpol should be involved. This is so crazy. The report proposed a plan for AMIT and for security, intelligence, and law enforcement collaboration, argued for immediate implementation. Quote, we do not need, nor can we afford, to wait 27 years for the AMIT, the Adversarial Misinformation and Influence Tactics and Techniques, thank you, Savvy, framework to go into use. The authors called for placing censorship efforts inside of cybersecurity, and even while acknowledging that misinformation security is utterly different from cybersecurity, they wrote that the third pillar of the, quote, information environment after physical and cybersecurity should be the cognitive dimension. I'll take another break here. Go ahead, Magna, and rest my voice for a second, get some water.
Good afternoon, beautiful people. So good to see you all. Many of you know me, many of you don't. I work with Dustin's team on the Restrict Act. I work with a lot of tech and IT stuff in AI. Been in AI for about 5 years now. Doing a lot of different work, and when I worked on the Restrict Act, I did it because I was so thoroughly disgusted with that action that was being taken, and I knew it was just the scratch of the surface. But just by a quick show of thumbs up, how many of you all in here are also as thoroughly disgusted by what you're hearing in this space? I hope every single one of you are so disgusted that you are like your stomach should be turning at some of this stuff. So I'll leave it at that. Even if it's not, just listen with some open-mindedness and hear what these people are telling you, because it's very important. And I hope to see some of you get active and helping to try to solve some of these problems, because in the end, when this is all said and done, we're going to need to take some action at some point. And I'm sure some bright people way at the top there will discuss what those actions should be, and I'll be happy to help implement those. So lots of love to every one of you all. Everybody in this room, there's almost 400 people in here. And I was really excited to see that. I'll drop it there, and now hopefully Trash is able to speak again and get his breath. And but anyway, I'll land my plane there, and lots of love to everybody. But just please start considering in the back of your head somewhere some kind of action that you're willing to take, and what links you're willing to go to help yourself and to help your America to fix some of these problems. Thank you all.
Thank you, Magna. Trash, do you want to take these couple hands before you continue?
Yeah, I'm going to take the hands. Just a reminder, everybody, that the reason we're going through this now, number one, this is stuff that I've been banging on about, railing about for a long time, and it's new information and it's quite damaging. Number two, on Thursday, there's going to be a hearing with both Matt Taibbi and Schellenberger up at Congress, and they're going to be reviewing all these things. We will have a space about it, and we will be prepared to help anybody that missed this space to answer any questions. This is recorded. It will be in my highlights tab. But this is a lot of content we got to get through in SAB. I've got an hour and a half before I drive home, so maybe I can get another reader to help me until I get home. But because I'm not stopping the space until we get through all of it. This stuff is too insane.
No, you're. Let's go with Commander and Diligent, and then we'll figure out the reading part after.
I agree with Magna. This is very disturbing. The AMIT, the Adversarial Misinformation and Influence Tactics and Techniques, which was the framework that Terp and her colleagues developed, was actually developed by MITRE, and MITRE has been around for 65 years. It's a federally funded research and development center. They operate 6 of these FFRDCs, and they're funded for very long-term contracts. So the difference between a contractor and an FFRDC is these FFRDCs have been around forever. They don't really bid on a lot of contracts. They're just guaranteed long-term money. And in the case of MITRE, literally, it was created by, I believe, by the Air Force after World War II, like RAND, like RAND, RAND. And this is very upsetting because this is a lot of money that DoD is pumping into these R&D centers, these FFRDCs, that is also being used by these shadowy groups. And so, as a taxpayer, as a civil liberties person, everyone should be just outraged. This is really big. This is even more disturbing than the Twitter files and all the other stuff. So thanks, Trash, for holding the space, and Savvy. I appreciate you guys doing this. This is very important, and we need to, through America Mission and other groups, we need to get the word out as quick as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Listless. All right, Diligent, let's go, and then we'll get on with it.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that about the Restrict Act. These, even though Dustin and the people, American Mission, and Trash, everybody has been really successful at getting the first iteration of the Restrict Act put down. This is an ongoing threat, right? They are continuously calling for new implementations of legislation to fund these apparatus and legalize the illegal censorship we saw that took place in the Twitter files, and as we're seeing here play out. So, I mean, I think it's important that we follow the people up here, because there's going to be more organized efforts to get this shit shut down, right? We need to get a hold of our representatives and push it down. Thank you.
Thanks, Diligent, and you're so right. And as a reminder to everybody, this is a massive, massive issue. You have the U.S. government working to slowly chip away at our First Amendment rights, guys. This is a big umbrella. Okay, so not only are they trying to take away our second right in front of our face, but this is in the dark. They are trying to slowly slip away and take our First Amendment rights.
And not only that, but that they're actually demonstrating here that they were doing actual offensive psychological and influence operations on the American people. This
Right. They
is
were
this is
successful
beyond the
so
pale.
far.
Well,
Right.
they have been. I mean, you wonder
Mhm.
why all these NPC, like the NPC meme of changing out the chip to the next current thing, works. It's because of this. That's why it works. It's because of this. And so I was talking yesterday about James Lindsay when he talked about the issue is not the issue. The issue is the revolution, right? So it's not COVID. It's not BLM. It's not Ukraine. The issue is not the issue. The issue is a revolution. This is how you levy an influence operation, color revolution in the United States against American citizens. So we're going to get
It
into it,
is.
but you're 100% right.
Yes, and using social media, knowing that that is that social media is the way of the future, the way that news is spread, the way people communicate. So they know that we will find other ways on here. And so they're already trying to use it against us. And this is just and they have been successful. And this, I mean, this is proof. This is
Mm-hmm.
exactly what everyone's been screaming for. Go ahead, Trash.
Absolutely. So let's continue on. So to talk about the cognitive dimension, right? Well, I talked about this earlier, right? CISA wanted to create basically language saying that all of our posts, all of our thoughts, all of our words on social media is cognitive infrastructure. Therefore, they have a right to censor and shape narratives and thoughts because it was in the best interest of national security. They call your words cognitive infrastructure. So they're saying that the information environment after the physical and cybersecurity should be the cognitive dimension. The report flagged the need for a kind of pre-bunking. I talked about pre-bunking before. Pre-bunking to preemptively inoculate a vulnerable population against messaging, end quote. The report also pointed to the opportunity to use DHS-funded information sharing and analysis centers, which are ISACs, I've talked about those quite a bit, as the homes for orchestrating public-private censorship, and argued that these ISACs should be used to promote confidence in government. You hear that? They're saying we should use these ISACs to promote confidence in government. Again, this is subtle. This goes way beyond this subtle words that they're saying here. I'm telling you, part 2 and 3 is going to blow your head open. It is here that we see the idea for EIP and VP, which is Election Integrity Partnership, Virality Project. Quote, while social media is not identified as a critical sector and therefore doesn't qualify for an ISAC, a misinformation ISAC could and should feed indications and warnings into ISACs. Terp's view of disinformation was overtly political. Quote, most misinformation is actually true, noted Terp in 2019 podcast, but set in the wrong context. Terp is an eloquent explainer of the strategy of using anti-disinformation efforts to conduct influence operations. Quote, you're not trying to get people to believe lies most of the time. Most of the time, you're trying to change their belief sets. And in fact, really deeper than that, you're trying to shift their internal narratives to set of stories that are your baseline for your culture. So that might be the baseline for your culture as an American. Notice that she been mentioned as overtly political, so we can kind of get what her ideology is. In the fall, Terp and others sought to promote the report. The podcast Terp did with Brewer in 2019 was one example of this effort. Together, Terp and Brewer described the public-private model of censorship laundering that DHS, EIP, and VP would go on to embrace. Again, Virality Project, which was EIP, Election Integrity Partnership, Alex Stamos. Brewer spoke freely, openly stating that the information and narrative control he had in his mind was comparable to that implemented by the Chinese government. So Brewer has the idea of wanting the I've talked about this quite a bit. A lot of our officials want the way the Chinese government run to be run here. He said, so Brewer spoke freely, openly stating that the information and narrative control he had in mind was comparable to that implemented by the Chinese government, only made more palatable for Americans. Quote, if you talk to the average Chinese citizen, they absolutely believe that the Great Firewall of China is not there for censorship. They believe that it's there because the Chinese Communist Party wants to protect the citizenry and absolutely believe that it's a good thing. If the U.S. government tried to sell that narrative, we would absolutely lose our minds and say, no, this is a violation of our First Amendment rights. So the in-group and out-group messaging have to be often different.
So this sounds oddly familiar to everything being pushed at conservatives by the left. So it is that part has absolutely worked.
100%. And there's a poster A and a poster B here. And it says if stay-at-home orders are extended past April 30th, our economy will not recover. There are not enough people stimulus payments to support unemployed Americans. Join me and the other hardworking Americans in reopening our economy. The deaths from the repercussions of the economy will exorbitantly surpass the death of a virus itself. It's got these poster A and poster B about it was on Sunday, April 12th from 2 to 5, Global March for Freedom. So that's the graphic there. And he said, This section's called the Hogwarts School of Misinformation. So, quote, SJ called us the Hogwarts School of Misinformation and Disinformation, said the whistleblower. They were superheroes in their own story, and to that effect, you could still find comic books on the CISA website. They wrote comic books about themselves. This is crazy.
Bro, they didn't write them. They probably paid, $500,000 to $1 million of our taxpayer dollars. Some freaking comic book nerd in his mom's basement to turn them into a comic book. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? Taxpayer money went to fund their stupid comic books.
100%. And CTIL, the whistleblower said, quote, needed programmers to pull apart the information from Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. For Twitter, they created a Python code to scrape. This is something Elon was talking about way early when he took over. The CTIL records provided by the whistleblower illustrate exactly how CTIL operated and tracked incidents, as well as what it considered to be disinformation. About the way we won't stay home narrative, CTIL members wrote, do we have enough to ask for the groups and or accounts to be taken down at a minimum, reported and checked? And can we get an all troll on their bums if not? They tracked posters for calling for anti-lockdown protests and disinformation artifacts. Quote, we should have seen this one coming. They wrote about the protests. Quote, bottom line, we can stop the spread. Do we have enough evidence to stop super spreaders? And are there other things that we can do that are counter messengers we can ping, etc.? So, right, the counter influence operators. Can we get them involved to crush this? CTIL also worked to brainstorm counter messaging for things like encouraging people to wear masks and discussed building an amplification network. Repetition is truth, said a CTIL member in one training. CTIL worked with other figures and groups in the censorship industrial complex. Meeting notes indicate that Graphica's team looked into adopting AMIT and CTIL and wanted to consult DiResta, that's Renee DiResta, CIA Renee, about getting platforms to remove content more quickly. Graphica, by the way, is funded by the DoD, just so we're clear. I've talked about Graphica before. Obviously, defense, but this is just nuts. And so despite their confidence in the legality of their activities, some CTIL members may have taken extreme measures to keep their identities a secret. The group's handbook recommends to use burner phones, creating pseudonyms, and generating fake AI faces using this person does not exist website. So they had a this person does not exist website. It helps you create complete pseudo-anonymous identities. And in June 2020, whistleblower says the secretive group took actions to conceal their activities even more. 1 month later, in July 2020, SIO director Alex Stamos, which is Stanford Internet Observatory, and emailed Kate Starbird. This is what I was talking about, guys. Emailed Kate Starbird from the University of Washington Center for an Informed Public, writing, we are, quote, working on some election monitoring ideas with CISA, and I would love your informal feedback before we go too far down this road. Things that should have been assembled a year ago are coming together quickly this week. That summer, CISA also created a Countering Foreign Influence Task Force, which is measures that reflect CTIL AMIT methods and includes a real fake graphic novel, the whistleblower said was the first pitch within CTIL. The, quote, disarm framework, which AMIT inspired, has formally been adopted by the European Union and the United States as a part of a common standard for exchanging structured threat information on foreign influence, manipulation, and interference. This is so crazy. Let me go ahead, Sab. I'm going to give my voice a break for a second.
Yeah. I think we went very fast over a very important line, which was most of the misinformation was in fact true. Did everyone else hear that?
Yeah, that's what they call malinformation. That's why the pre-bunking
Right.
aspect of this was so important, because they
What?
try to get ahead of truth.
Correct.
They even went one step further, right? So what he's saying there is right on the masks or the vaccines, that not even the stuff they labeled malinformation, right? Not the people who were vaccine injured and then got an extra kick in the teeth that they weren't allowed to tell anybody about it, right? But the 100% safe and effective line, right? What they continued to say was mis and disinformation has turned out in retrospect, as some of us knew, to be absolutely true. So they were silencing people for being right, not for right, claiming it was wrong, and now in hindsight we know it was right. And some of us knew at the time, but not to brag, humble brag.
Oh yeah, most of us did. Go ahead, Prodigal.
Yeah, I mean,
A lot of us up here knew this already. I mean, the thing that's striking to me is that you are seeing that in this apparatus, you have true believers. Like they are referencing other American citizens and their right to free speech as a virus, as a disease that must be eradicated, it must be neutralized. I mean, that to me is telling, because we saw the polls. I mean, I knew the masses, a lot of them were buying into it in regards to putting people in camps, using child protective services to take people away if they wanted to send their kid to church or not get the vaccine. But, you're seeing now the rank and file in these institutions, which, a lot of us assumed anyway, really view you as a threat that must be neutralized. And it might just start with free speech or whatever, but this is clearly a progression that I think anybody would, any objective mind state can see that, it's clear weaponization, and these institutions are not filled with people who look for the greater good or for actually solving these issues. These are pure ideologues.
100%. Yeah, it is, and as we get into this, it's going to get even worse. I mean, like I said, I've read part one, I've read most of part two, and I skimmed part three, and that's when it really pops off. This is just laying the groundwork, excuse me, for when they started, and they are complete ideologues. The way they think about these things is all these silly people with their dumb thoughts. It's
No, they have no moral compass. I mean, they don't
no,
care that, how many elderly died alone, how many people who were put on, ventilators that should not have been pressurized. Like they still can't even accept the damage they caused a generation of children by, basically stunting their social acclimation and education. I mean, there has not been any accounting for what's occurred, and you're reading this now, but it hasn't stopped. I mean, there's been articles in regards now that they have weaponized any ability to criticize U.S. military brass, etc. I mean, these people are still marching forward, even though everybody's attention may be elsewhere.
100%. Yep. So let me get through the rest of this real quick for the room because that'll be the end of part one, and then we're going to make our way over to part two while I'm still having in front of the computer. I have about an hour that I can give to this, and there's a lot of audio and video in there, so it'll be good to play. Let me just finish this up real quick. So until now, the details of CTIL's activities have been received little attention, even though the group received publicity in 2020. In September 2020, Wired published an article about CTIL that reads like a company press release. The article, like Bloomberg or Washington Post stories that spring, accepts unquestioningly that the CTIL was truly a, quote, volunteer network of former intelligence officials from around the world. But unlike the Bloomberg and WA Post stories, Wired also describes CTIL's anti-misinformation work. The Wired reporter does not quote any critic of the CTIL activities, but suggests that some might see something wrong with them. Quote, I asked him, CTIL founder Mark Rogers, about the notion of viewing misinformation as a cyber threat. All these bad actors are trying to do the same thing, Rogers says. In other words, the connection between preventing cybercrimes and fighting misinformation are basically the same because they both involve fighting what the DHS and CTIL alike call malicious actors, which is synonymous with bad guys, to your point, Prodigal. Quote, like TERP, Rogers takes a holistic approach to cybersecurity, the Wired article explains. First, there's physical security, like stealing data from a computer onto a USB drive. Then there's what we typically think of as cybersecurity, securing networks and devices from unwanted intrusions. And finally, what Rogers and TERP call cognitive security, which essentially is hacking people using information or more often misinformation.
So everyone in here is a lab rat. You're welcome. Brought to you by the U.S. government.
I mean, I just like that they focus their resources not on sex crimes, not on financial scams,
Why
not
would
on
they?
drugs that are being shipped, but on people, saying, maybe I don't want to take a clot shot every 6 months. Maybe I want to go to church or temple or mosque or synagogue and, actually worship my creator. Like this shows how out of warp the government's priorities are right now.
The phrases that I found so often in the research I've done with these, and it's all on these LinkedIn profiles of these people. I go into their comment section, and the ones that use LinkedIn as sort of the social media part of it, will they'll post stuff, and there's a lot that they call it digital literacy. They're literally running programs to pre-bunk misinformation, which is basically running psyops and manipulating the platforms so that you can spot misinformation. I mean, Dustin, we have heard these people talk about it on video, on these videos that in these speeches or interviews. They're quite open about that. That's their ultimate goal, is to, and then the comment of our thoughts are what cognitive infrastructure or whatnot. They actually believe this. This is like dystopian type thinking where they want to program the masses to it's just beyond disturbing, but it's been going on for a while, and that is the ultimate
Yeah, it's
goal.
front facing, right? Named. I mean, you literally have Hochul, the governor of New York, coming out and saying, "Well, it's not enough that we're using all these resources to control the actual big tech companies themselves and what they can and cannot do, but we are now going to make it mandatory, required teaching that we're going to show them what misinformation is and malinformation, etc." I mean, she announced it with a smile on her face, and these are the people who have been wrong consistently on almost every big issue for years on end now. So they there is no shame. If people think you're going to be able to out reason and out debate somebody who views you essentially as a harmful virus, right? I mean, they're bragging about it. When Hillary Clinton is on TV with Kristen Yamapour and saying, we're going to send them to re-education camps, they don't have any fear.
Oh,
And
they're
even if,
serious about that, by the way.
no,
They're
I know,
quite
I've had some people
serious.
threaten me with that recently, actually.
Yep, that's exactly right. Let me finish this. Let me finish this last section up so we can move to part two. Like I said, guys, I've only got an hour before I'll be on the road. So, real quick quote: the Election Integrity Partnership (EIP) has always operated openly and transparently. Yeah, we know you do because we play your content, idiots. EIP claimed in October 2022, quote, "We published multiple blog posts in the run-up to the 2020 election, hosted daily webinars immediately before and after the election, and published our results in a 290-page final report and multiple peer-reviewed academic journals." Whatever. Any insinuation that the information about our operations or finding were secret up to this point is disproven by the 2 years of free public content we have created. But as internal messages have revealed, much of what EIP did was secret as well as partisan and demanding of censorship by social media platforms, contrary to its claim to the contrary. EIP and Virality Project ostensibly ended, but CTIL is apparently still active today. Several of its members list CTIL as an organization that's still active on their LinkedIn page. Whew. So, to finish that up,
Unbelievable.
Michael Schellenberger says, "I look forward to providing testimony to Congress this Thursday," which we've got the space set up for, guys, at 10 a.m. Eastern. We're going to have the hearing. That's why I wanted to go through this content, because they're going to be going through it there. So that's part one. Let me get to the hands. Let me rest my voice for a second, and we're going to get into the real nitty gritty of it here. We're going to get into the real nasty stuff.
Yeah, let's go Kevin and then listless.
Hey, what's up, guys? Somebody had just brought it up about the media literacy class that they're going to be giving in New York. I actually had to take that class. There was a pilot program that, and they don't talk about this. There was a pilot program that went on through all of the state university schools, like all the state colleges here in New York before they implemented this before they decided to implement this in the K through 12 schools. And so I literally had to take this for an entire semester, and you guys would not believe how bad it actually is. It was taught by a former producer for CBS when I was at Stony Brook. And it is literally, it is almost comical how opposite the class actually is to the reality on the ground. You guys talk about how, people joke around the only difference between misinformation and the truth is 2 years. And that's literally what it does. It tells everyone to distrust anything that isn't on CBS, NBC, CNN, ABC, the Washington Post, the New York Times. It was wild. Like, you would
Well,
cite,
they learned it from Jacinda, right? I mean, you remember her
yeah,
during the COVID lockdowns. Don't trust anybody, just trust me.
exactly. And it was, I would get into arguments like, why are you only telling me to trust the people you want? And they'd say, well, they're credible. And you could go through 1,000 different examples of how they were wrong in the past, and they would come up with a million different excuses. I don't know if there's no way for me to possibly describe how indoctrinating that class is, but knowing that I took it already, it was horrifying. So just something to keep in mind that this class is 10 times worse than you think it is.
Go ahead, listless.
Yeah, I want to point out that this group that Terp was with, the MisinfoSec working group that helped put together that adversarial misinformation and influence tactics and techniques framework, they were actually part of a larger group called Credibility Coalition. And if you look up Credibility Coalition, you can see that they've got funding from a group called the Knight Foundation. And if you keep drilling, it's like going down a rabbit hole. You'll see all these very left of center journalism groups, AP, Google, uh, all these same characters on the left, including money that's gone to Bellingcat. And I know Trash is very familiar with Bellingcat. And it's just what we need to do is people who like to research need to go online right now and they need to start doing screenshots. I've been taking screenshots of a lot of this stuff because the grant that the Credibility Coalition got in 2017, the link is dead now off of their website. So I don't know if it was live, 2 weeks ago, but so a lot of this stuff is going to get vacuumed up and it's going to disappear. So while we're getting the facts out, we all need to be doing some research in real time. So just wanted to add that.
Thank you. All right, Trash, ready to go in section 2?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Let me take a look here. So I've got, okay. Thank you guys for not putting anything in the nest. I really appreciate it. You guys know I'm kind of crazy about that because it does cause errors. So I'm going to put part 2 up in the nest. It is up there. If you guys want to follow along, hopefully I'm narrating it well enough for you. So this is
You're
Matt.
doing a fantastic job, Aaron.
Thank you. I'm going to try to keep my voice together too. So fortunately, Matt Taibbi is more short, sweet, to the point. Michael Schellenberger definitely wrote a lot there, but I think what he wrote was an excellent article and thread. I think he did a great job. So part 2. Introducing the CTI files, the deep state with its pants down. Really excellent graphic. MITRE's on here. We talked about MITRE earlier. All of this is in there. That's a really cool graphic. I think they did a great job here. Take a look at it. It kind of breaks down the timeline of how all this was created all the way back in 2017 when Terp says her role began in 2017 after meeting with a high intelligence community official and receiving the instructions for this project. So that's where it started. Go through that timeline. It's a really good graphic. Okay, number 2. Tuesday, Schellenberger, Galaxy Brain, and I began releasing the CTI league files. Provided by a whistleblower, they detail activities of a group ostensibly formed to narrow the purpose of fighting COVID misinfo. We quickly found that they had wider interests. So there's some graphics here that they got from the whistleblower, talking about different tasks and programs that they ran. There's the WAPO, Cybersecurity 202, just absolutely lauding these people as altruistic heroes. Garbage rag. Anyway, so part 3.
Real quick, Trash, I was looking
Yeah.
at that. I was looking at those graphics, and one of them, it was one I literally got taken down after I posted this, like 11 accounts ago. The signed permission slip to leave your house, which was the Constitution, and boom, gone. That's bananas. And I know that other people in here had that same thing
Yeah,
happen. This is
that was one of my accounts as well that got nuked for that.
Yep.
So, all right, here we go. We've got some video now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Number 3, I quote, I don't know a lot, but the documents equal or exceed the Twitter files in explosiveness, offering a devastating portrait of the digital censorship sector, from breathtaking authoritarian views to comic ignorance and lack of self-awareness. So there's a video here. I'll go ahead and play it. Give me just uno momento, por favor.
I don't know a lot. I know something about narratives. I know something about how people are manipulating those narratives. And if the world is going to come to an end, I'm going to go down fighting.
Yeah. So like kind of what Prodigal was talking about earlier, these people are just the crisis of the midwit, right? The crisis of credentialism. The useful idiots, the stupid smart people, as Dan Bongino would call them.
Well, somebody's using them, right? Because if you look at the
Yeah.
dates of their inception and moving forward, it's not by chance that while the Russiagate Mueller witch hunt hoax is running rampant and is clear disinformation. It's clearly lies, even though a good portion of the American people still believe it. This is something where they're funding this, and it only comes into full operation right when it's all proven as lies and they come after everybody talking about COVID and elections and everything else. So, regardless of what their stated intentions were, it's clear that other than ideologues, there's clearly bad actors here that may well be involved in a lot of these other lies that have been perpetuated.
Oh yeah,
And to
yep.
your point, Chronicle, you're exactly right. While this is going on, like I said, behind closed doors, very secretively, as Russia is happening. I mean, it's the same time. That's so we're so consumed with other things that they're able to start putting these bad actors into place.
Which is insane, and I'll keep this
Right.
short because if these are supposed to be the creme de la creme of the intelligence community, right? You have Brennan's own handwritten note connecting the Hillary Clinton campaign to the Russiagate hoax. You have people within the FBI and IRS coming forward saying, "Listen, there's a lot of strange foreign transactions going on with the Bidens. We don't know what's going on in Ukraine, et cetera, et cetera." So they're focusing on the public when credible investigators and law enforcement agents that have been in their community for decades in some instances are coming forward and say, hey, listen, this is true. I mean, this is to me, if a lot of us here have been following this stuff for a long time, but for people new to it, this just shows how all encompassing this is. Are there a lot of useful idiots? Yes. But there are criminals at the highest echelons of your government and other powerful NGOs and corporations that for them, they can never have the books open. They need this apparatus. It's not going to go away because people like us are not going to go away. And that's why if you think this is over, it's never going to be over because they can never have light come to the facts of the crimes, in my opinion, the crimes and the treason they've committed.
100%. Well, we're going to keep shining a light on it. We're going to keep going here. And in tweet 4, the CTIL story has enormous significance because of its close ties to the FBI, DOD, CISA, and a division of the Department of Homeland Security. CISA chief Chris Krebs boasted of CISA's partnership with CTIL. It's actually right here, so I'm just going to pull that one up. So Chris Krebs at CISA Krebs tweeted April 21st of 2020, malicious actors are trying.
Microsoft's former attorney, their bigwig.
Yeah, him. Malicious actors are trying to take advantage of COVID-19 through targeted cyber attack on businesses, governments, and individuals. CISA government is now working with partners to stop this through efforts like the newly established COVID-19 Cyber Threat Intelligence League, CTI League. I remember this. I remember this. I was like, what is that? And then I was banned. So a whistleblower told Public and Racket CTIL's online meets were regularly attended by FBI and DHS operatives. The source added that CTIL founder S.J. Terp said that the original go-ahead for the program came from the White House. So this is straight off of CISA's website. And this was January 17th of 2023, this year, right? And they're saying, so best practices for MITRE attack mapping. You guys can read through this. It was added to the CISA website in January of this year. And it breaks down what attack is and what the framework is. And it's created by MITRE. So there's that. It's in the thread. Go take a look at it. It's really interesting.
We're going to
But
need
the
to
CTI,
talk more about MITRE trash because I've seen that come up on my
yeah,
LinkedIn searching stuff so many times and I never looked into it, but sounds like I need to now, right?
you do because they also pop up when you look into NAFO.
There's a lot of former MITRE
Yeah,
contractors, or I don't even know what you call them, that are in content moderation at these platforms.
yep. No, we're gonna have to go in that. We're going to go down that rabbit hole another time too, for sure. Like I said, I found them. I found Graphica around NAFO stuff. I found CSIS, which is another geo think tank kind of operating within the NAFO circle, so about Ukraine and all that influence operations. So I suspect that we're going to probably see a lot of them coming up in this as well. I already kind of found it, but I just didn't have enough to bring for a proper thread, so I've only talked about it a couple times. So
Well, the good news trash is between our block list of NAFO furries. I don't think they'll be in the room, so that's a win.
100%. But the CTI files are not just more confirmation of state-aided censorship efforts. They expose much more. This is what I was talking about, guys. Unlike Twitter files, which detail mostly defensive activity like censorship and de-amplification, the CTI files actually show members instructed in a wide array of offensive operations, including infiltration, creation of fake personas, use of burner phones, and more. Number 8, quote, impair the operational effectiveness of the enemy. CTIL members repeatedly stressed building a good guy analog to disinfo programs of Russians, Chinese, even Fox News snorters is what they called them. Fox News snorters, that's what they thought. Using an array of military-style counters to disrupt the enemy, American citizens. And it's got a link from a graphic here. This was for information operations to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, by the way. Countermeasures are the form of military science that, by the employment of devices and/or techniques, is designed to impair the operational effectiveness of enemy activity. Countermeasures can be active or passive and can be deployed preemptively or reactively. Number 9, repetition is truth. The CTL files also detail how marketing executives with no skills apart from corporate brand management shifted from manipulating perceptions of products to doing it for nation states, policies, and political parties. Another video here I'll play. Give me just a second.
While Trash gets the video, I want to take a victory lap. When the Twitter files came out, right, I often pointed out that it wasn't just the deboosting. We needed to know about the other side, the artificial boosting, right? Because we could all see accounts that if you went left, that artificially got their numbers inflated. And, right, we're about to find all about, right, all these fake personalities and all their fake engagement in order to push this repetition stuff. It's nuts.
Yep.
Those are the things that can be repeated and repeated. If you know anything about narratives, rhetoric, propaganda, marketing, you know that repetition is truth.
Yep. Absolutely. And like I kept talking about all the time, like I know this for a fact. These accounts were astroturfed. Bad ideas were astroturfed. Truth and good ideas were 100% suppressed.
But do you
And
understand how
Let,
cult like that is to say
yeah, I know.
repetition is true? I mean, that is insane.
yeah, can I give it like an example? Everyone will know because we still see it. Yes, I got COVID, but I'm grateful that I got the vaccine or my symptoms would be far worse. I mean, it was like a copy fucking paste from every celebrity, every influencer, right? How many times have you seen the exact, yeah, I got COVID and I'm just really grateful that I was fully vaccinated because my symptoms would have been a lot, which is just horseshit, right? It's absolute and total horseshit, right? But we saw it repeated over and over and over. So I'm sure that's a real life example of what they mean, like how they're going to inject this repetition, right, with certain things to try to make something fake into
Well, sure.
something true.
We didn't just see that on little COVID things. We saw that on a national scale. All right. So, when you see the exact same verbiage on CNN, NBC, MSNBC, Fox, I mean, I forget who made the meme of syncing that all up, but this is on a national scale aside from social media.
Well, that's what I was doing. So
Yeah.
anytime I saw something that was just like ridiculous, like what Dustin just said, I would literally copy the text and I would search it and I would screenshot all the accounts that parroted the same line and then just make one image out of it. I was doing that for months prior to Elon taking over before my last ban because I was
I,
just like, guys,
Yeah, no,
sorry.
100%. I want to add one more piece that like we kind of glossed over. The Fox News snorter line,
Yeah.
I think is more impactful than people realize because it gets to the partisanship nature of these people, right? It speaks to everything Prodigal said about them having no respect for you, right? They don't care what happens to you. But it also speaks that they wanted to create Fox News snorters in a derogatory way, right? That's how they view the right, like as a lump, right? We all heard the Fox, stop getting your news from Fox News, right? That's the mentality of these people of how they view right wing people, which adds a level of partisanship that I didn't want to let gloss over.
I mean, I just find it interesting that Krebs goes from Microsoft to head the, CISA, and during that time, we find out between SolarWinds and, I believe it was an Outlook or something else where they got all the State Department out of China. I mean, this guy was responsible, whether through Microsoft or at his new head of the government agency, for some of the biggest hacks in U.S. history. And he's out here proclaiming everything's secure. He's never secured anything in his life. And the worst part about it is, most people don't know. They basically delayed a decision for a Georgia election lawsuit that showed multiple vulnerabilities in Dominion voting machines that were used in at least 15 states. But they hid that the whole time and pushed the January 6th narrative and insurrection. And anybody who even has these questions is a virus, is somebody that needs to be discarded. I mean, these are people who have built their careers on lies, and they're tied to it for better or worse. They're no amount, and that's the thing. I repeat this over again. I'll end with this. There are people who it doesn't matter how much facts or reasoning you show them. They are tied. The sucking cost fallacy is there. They will not give up their prestige. They will not give up their reputation. They do not want to face fines. They do not want to go to jail or worse. So what would you do in that position? That's what you need to start deciding. That's what I've been saying for a couple of years now. You have criminals, outright criminals, at the heads of government and other organizations that can never let this stuff go public because they know they'll be done.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, we still don't have the Epstein list, right? I mean, we're
Right.
still waiting on that.
Exactly. Yeah. I won't be holding my breath for that one. All right, number 10. Let me get through this because part 2 is where the nasty stuff is, guys. Or part 3. CTIL has been the subject of reporting before. Accounts like Pepe's grandma, which is bad kitty, she does do good stuff, months ago connected CTIL, DHS, and operations like Election Integrity Partnership, EIP. The whistleblower docs, however, tell a damning and irrefutable news story. This is where it gets good. But this was her tweet, and it was a good tweet. I think I remember this. She said, Part 7, bad. Yeah, it was a bad kitty expose. I remember this. Reality Team, a part of DHS CISA partner CTI League, artificially pumping out stuff on social media to bury disinformation, quote. Wouldn't be this considered another form of censorship? Recall how I showed CTI League suggested hijacking hashtags and challenging social media influencers, etc., or users, etc. CTI League uses disarm disinfo framework, first used for COVID disinfo. Reality Team, quote, we have focused on campaigns combating election and vaccine disinformation, are now embarking on effort to combat climate disinformation. So yeah, that's a piece of it. What Matt Taibbi's saying here is there's actually far more damning and irrefutable news story coming out. So that was a good piece of it. But this is where we get into it. So the DHS and the FBI partnered with a group that endorsed both censorship and bad guy offensive operations against U.S. citizens is only one of many key revelations. The key of this leak makes it difficult to summarize quickly. There are so many ugly details in the CTI files, in fact, that the fastest way to introduce them is to release docs in bunches by theme. In the next hours, days, weeks, look for more threads in the space. First up, momentarily, sock puppets and spies. So let me move to part 3, and we're going to talk about some sock puppets and spies. This is the gross stuff here.
Popcorn ready. Sounds like a Netflix series. Let's fucking go.
Let's go. Sorry, guys, I'm coughing. Okay. Let me go get part 3. If you guys are following along, part 3 is up in the nest. All right. Part 3, sock puppets and spies. So, in the CTI files written today by Schellenberger and Galaxy Brain and myself, anti-disinformation warriors and officials offer instruction on COINTELPRO style spy tactics against a target they knew was forbidden, the American public. Number 2, what we need. We need sock puppets on Twitter and Facebook. While Twitter files confirm the use of defensive tactics like censorship and de-amplification, the CTI files show anti-disinformation operatives planning to go on offense to disrupt speech using fake personas and spy tactics. So there's actually a screen grab here that was obviously given out. So I'll read a couple of them. It says, what recipes do we need? We need sock puppets on Twitter and Facebook. Merchandise site linked to accounts. Getting to invite-only groups like Boogaloo. Active collection is fine. Not CTI League offensive counterintelligence, just a few people. Using techniques using doxing and deception. Merchandise site linked to accounts add and merge to get their info. Checking out a potentially malicious content site like drop sites, so on and so forth. You guys can read those. This is just nuts. So, number 3, your spy disguise. Lock your shit down. CTI League trainings instructed members on creating phony identities to infiltrate groups like Boogaloo. So they say here, persona, your spy disguise for research, a fleshed out human being that has details. Step 0, lock your shit down. Goal, impact containment. If you use compartmentalization and a persona and everything goes wrong, all that gets compromised is the persona.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. If you know, you know.
E-
Oh my God.
Exactly. Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Number 4, burner phones. CTI League members were handed a, quote, big book of disinformation response that offered instruction in the use of burner phones and email. Sorry, God, I'm a little sick. Check this out.
I'm sorry.
Check it out. Go through the screen grabs here, guys. It kind of shows a breakdown in their instruction manual of how to create this persona and burner phones and so on and so forth. This meme is hilarious, by the way. Number 5, can we get all troll on their bums? In a CTI incident report about an anti-lockdown memes, researchers asked if they could get enough to ask for accounts to be taken down, and if not, can we get all troll on their bums? So this is some internal thing that they talk about. But as a meme, Yellow Vest Canada protest against the COVID-19 lockdowns. So this was going to be their counter. So basically, this meme is like a counter messaging where they're using it for people that were protesting to show that they were dumb wojacks, right? Half brains and things like that. Yeah, Nate, go ahead real quick.
So I want to remind people of something. In one of the Facebook file threads that Jim Jordan did, I'll have to go dig it up, but I do remember, and hopefully you guys remember too, but there was one email, and I'm pretty sure who sent it. But anyway, in the email, they described about how they don't want to censor COVID misinformation or malinformation too much because over censoring on the platform in its of itself could cause vaccine hesitancy, right? So they purposely did let some conversation happen and maybe would just add, the fact checking warning labels, or instead they would deboost the post, right? And then amplify the other posts. So the reason for that directly ties into everything we're discussing here and why they had this team running these, the psychological warfare, or however, how many was it, 1,400 people that were doing this. So that's really why they had to set this up, was because if they did over censor, that would have created a lot of problems and would have countered what they were trying to do. If that does that make sense, Trash? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember that. Yeah, it was in Jim Jordan's Facebook files. Yep, absolutely. And we talked about this before too, and we talk about it again and again about astroturfing bad ideas. And what they would also do a lot of times too would maybe slap a label on it. Maybe they did an internal label inside the social media platforms. Maybe they use fact checks, but they would leave some of that stuff up. But then that's why Kate Starberg's work was so important to them on this. To remind you guys, Kate Starberg out of Washington State, her gig was finding choke points on content before they go viral. So one of the things that she was talking about was being able to basically graph on an XY axis. They could put a tweet, and they could watch its trajectory to virality. It could start with a small account with a few hundred followers, and they knew where to throttle or stop it before it reached larger accounts for bigger visibility and to eventually go viral. She said sometimes things slip through, but we pretty much had the system down locked. So that's why she was so important. They were talking about this on part 1 in Integral and starting getting this set up with Alex Stamos at EIP. Go ahead, Sab. I'm going to finish this up. I've got 30 minutes I can read.
Okay, I'm hurrying. So they created that meme that we were just looking at, yes?
That's what it looks like to me, because
Okay,
the
so
meme.
that's all I needed is a yes, because we have someone sitting in prison for a meme, and yet it's okay. Has not anyone seen that connection?
Oh, Mackie?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I
That's
mean,
a deeper story. So,
Well, I know.
but yes, I get your point.
100%. Yep. It's crazy. But yeah, this looks like this looks like a meme that they made, because it's basically Yellow Vest Canada protest against the COVID-19 lockdowns. And so it's suggesting that all of these people that are yellow vests that are protesting the lockdowns are half-brain wojacks. So that's clearly something that they were putting out, and probably astroturfing to try to change the narrative on people wanting to protest. Excuse me. Okay. So, number 6, we can also take actions like takedowns. A whistleblower told Public and Racket that the CTIL founder claimed to have induced the FBI to remove some content via DNS takedown, and a CTI incident report appears to refer to this capability. So, if you actually look at the screenshot, it says communicate results. We can also take actions like takedowns. Data science is detective work. And explore the data. Look at what you've got. Use Gephi on Twitter relational outputs. It must be some kind of scraper that they use to find patterns and such. It's just crazy. Number 7, basically we're using many of the same techniques as the bad guys. Over and over in CTIL training videos and documents, participants talk about doing the same thing as the bad guys, but supposedly for good reasons. So here's some more of that. There's another video of this midwit talking.
Basically, we're using many of the same techniques as the bad guys, but we're doing it in the good way. We are helping people to understand the reality of complex situations. We are helping them to avoid confusion, and we are helping to make simple, repeatable, hopefully viral concepts that can saturate the information space in the same way bad guys do.
I'm going to read this to you. So this is part of the screenshot here, the screen grab of her background on the reality team. It says, number 1, fight disinformation. Number 2, saturate the information space. And then number 3, unite people with simple, reliable, memorable ideas and info. So saturate, bury out the information they don't want, and then implant easy, digestible, and memorable info that they can carry with them.
I mean, the double speak is definitely strong with them. I mean, if you're going to write fan fiction 1984, the origin story, this would be a good start.
100%. It's exactly. And this is completely Orwellian and dystopian. And number 8, actually, so expressly forbidden against U.S. citizens. So in a training video, key CTIL members like Pablo Brewer, who I was talking about earlier, says the most capable agency for anti-disinfo work would be the Defense Department. Only, quote, it's expressly forbidden to operate against U.S. citizens. There's a video there too, but obviously I think that's what they're saying here. It's a short video, so I'll just skip it. Number 9, the people who do it overseas are typically the CIA and the NSA. Brewer of the Navy and SOCOM adds to the people who do it overseas are typically CIA, NSA, and DoD, but intel collection agencies are not legally allowed to do these things in the U.S. Well, that's why the NGOs were so important, and they're doing it anyway.
That's a lie. That's a lie. We remember the DHS document I found, Trash.
Yep, 100%.
The CIA was operating in the United States and engaging directly with social media, with Meta. It's on the DHS website. It's on my feed somewhere. And Jordan's team has that, and we're just waiting to see if they're going to do something with that. But that is CIA was operating regarding disinformation with social media platforms. And what's also in that document, I'm not trying to hijack the space, but it's important at this point, they were routinely engaging with their former colleagues that used to work in the intelligence community that are now working at Meta. That is on a government document. Anyone can find it. It's on my feed. It's still on the DHS website. They admitted to it.
They did, absolutely. And matter of fact, because that's what we were talking about when Dan Bongino, I shared that clip of Dan Bongino just casually mentioning at the end of his show. This was prior to the COVID hearings that they had in the Senate, the Select Committee on COVID-19 on the origins, and it's pretty much known that no, it was not the CIA taking orders from Fauci. It was the other way around. The CIA was telling Fauci, on how it was advising them on how to censor Americans. So that's part of it too. That's why that document.
I think the most important thing, other than the revolving door and the incestuous relationship, is that you had a new administration that was supposedly a different ideology coming to power. But these bureaucrats and ex-bureaucrats in cahoots with the very federal government, at least the executive side that president was supposed to run, were setting up all these apparatuses uh, to basically attack the American people and to attack his presidency. And it's insane that they are still celebrated by a large portion of the population.
Yeah, it's crazy, and it's even crazier that my friend Carolina was like, "Watch this," and she put me on speakerphone, and she just went to random people. Says, "Hey, do you know who Dr. Fauci is?" They're like, "Who?" Dr. Fauci is like, "Is he like a local doctor?" These Americans had no idea who he even was. She did it like multiple times. It was kind of spooky. All right, so number
Meanwhile, the
10.
man who destroyed the world.
It's crazy. And then number 10, quote, "What do we do with John and Jane Q. Citizen that actually watch Fox News?" There it is again. Explaining that the agencies currently doing this work domestically, Department of Homeland Security and the Global Engagement Center. For those of you who don't know who the Global Engagement Center was, it was part of the Twitter files. It's basically a hub for 9 different governmental agencies to filter censorship requests into one area. They then feed through the NGOs and through CISA, and then switchboard to various different social media companies. So Global Engagement Center and the Department of Homeland Security and CISA. So let's see what they have to say about this. Can't wait for
Americans have a healthy distrust of their government, and it just wouldn't look good. So the people it's actually sitting with right now is the Department of State. And the Department of State now has a new cell called the GEC, the Global Engagement Center, and they're supposed to be doing it. Now, they're essentially brand new. They're just getting something like $250 million next fiscal year. They're just ramping up. Frankly, they're not very capable right now. But we need to help them out by deciding, what kind of things can we do proactively? Yes, education's great for the kids that are in school now, but what do we do with John and Jane Q. Citizen that actually, watch Fox News and believe pandemic? What do we do with those guys?
Whew. I noticed real quick, I got to get through this because I only have 25 more minutes that I can sit and read because I'll be driving. But notice that he's also talking about, well, we pretty much got the kids locked down, right? Because we control the Department of Education, which is such a big reason why Department of Education needs to be abolished. Number one, Randy Weingarten and her ilk, Xavier Becerra, all these people. These are enemies of this country. They're terrible, terrible people. And he said, well, we've got the schools. But what do we do about Jane and John Q. Public at Watch Fox News? How do we control their thoughts? Essentially, is what he just said.
We'll
So,
push out Tucker.
you guys are ready for this one. Here we go. Oh, God, here we go. Number 11, they did some really interesting false flag operations. In another CTIL training video, RZ analyst lauds NATO member Turkey for some, quote, really interesting false flags, including pin ISIS bombings on the Kurds. Here we go, boys and ladies.
And another big actor in the last few years is Turkey, which no one speaks about a lot, but Turkey is has a very strong tradition of information operations, intelligence information operations. So Turkey directed most of its efforts in the last years, of course, against the Kurdish minority, and they did some really interesting false flag campaigns to pin ISIS bombings on the Kurds, or to pin bombings made by the Turkish intelligence in Kurdish demonstrations on ISIS, vice versa.
This is really, really, really damning stuff, you guys. Like this is serious. I told you it was going to get spicy, but I don't think any of you skipped ahead. and I'm glad you didn't, because you guys are, a lot of you are acting for the first time on this.
But our memes are a national security risk, and this guy's putting this.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. You got to watch out for the memes, especially mine. Apparently, they were too dank. So that is them talking about another site. This is a CTIL training video, by the way. So this RZ analyst lauds NATO member Turkey for some really interesting false flags, including pinning ISIS bombings on the Kurds. This is fucking insane. Number 12, GPT. The good guys can use it too. In another video, CTI leader, founder SJ Terp talks about the new AI programs like ChatGPT generating, quote, credible texts, incredible sentences. And though the bad guys can use it, so can the good guys, she says. I'm going to skip that video because that pretty much tells it. Number 13, infiltrate honeypot, fake. The emit framework, developed in part by CTIL founders, features 223 tactical counters, including fake sites, infiltration, and tabletop exercises to prep for misinformation as it happened with the Hunter Biden laptop story. This is where the hack and leak entire conversation was probably formulated. So honeypot, with coordinated inauthentics, flood disinformation spaces with obviously fake content to dilute core misinformation narratives in them. Infiltrate the in-group to discredit leaders, divide. All of these would be highly affected by infiltration or false claims of infiltration. Oh, bitch.
Sound
Crazy.
familiar? Sound
Oh, it's
familiar?
very...
I
If
Anyone?
told you
you
watch out
know,
for
you
those e-girls,
know.
Trash. Stay away from
Yeah.
the e-girls.
Sound familiar, Dustin? Trash?
You guys don't have to ask me that question. Let me keep
Yeah,
moving. Yeah,
we know.
I know. Create fake website in
Preaching
order
to the
to
choir.
create fake website to issue counter narrative and counter narrative through physical merchandise. Create websites and disinformation voids where people are looking for known disinformation. And then the tabletop simulations simulate misinformation and disinformation campaigns and responses to them before campaigns happen. So that's pre-bunking. And then actually, so he actually quoted the Schellenberger Twitter files from December. I'm going to read this one. So this was post 30, and it says, efforts continued to influence Twitter's Yoel Roth. In September 2020, Roth participated in an Aspen Institute tabletop exercise on a potential hack and dump operation. There it is, relating to Hunter Biden. The goal was to shape how the media covered it and how social media carried it. Yeah, exactly right. All right, cool. Good to know that I was correct. Let's see. Go check that out. That was part of the Twitter files back from December. I remember that. It's actually shown up in Missouri v. Biden as well, with Elvis Chan. That's another matter. Anyway, number 14, make liberty great again. Probably not our current target. So CTIL analysts were often unable or unwilling to distinguish legitimate speech, like opposing lockdowns, from disinformation. In this incident report, Open America Now, hashtag Open America Now, and Make Liberty Great Again are suspect. So Twitter, hashtag Open America Now, is a biggie. I still have Twitter data downloading for it. Lots of memes and the images attached to it, including the signed permission slip, Savvy. Image C. OMG, there's some QAnon stuff in there. Well, that's a blast from the past. Checking through images, saw Make Liberty Great Again. Not sure it's stuck, but might appear. Probably not our current target, but of interest nonetheless. And here it is. Number 15, we should have seen this coming. Another report lists a Declaration of Independence as my permission slip meme as a problem. The analyst that feared such memes is no surprise to one CTI doc noted satire sometimes used as a gateway drug into more worrying groups. This is the kind of language these people fucking use. Sorry for the language. It's so frustrating. Seeing a lot of these, and that's that permission slip. I remember this. Patrick D. Hampton apparently got taken down because he's quoted in here from Facebook. Sorry, Patrick. They don't like your signed permission slip meme. And me, and Savvy, and many others. Satire and conspiracy sometimes uses a gateway drug into more worrying groups. That's why they had such a hard-on for Babylon Bee. Number 16, we had satire detectors. CTIL's TERP, quote, things like satire are really hard. We actually had satire detectors at one thing I worked on because it shows up as a positive, even though it's completely negative. Irony just doesn't work on machines. You guys can probably play that video later. I'm going to try to get through this stuff. Number 17, we are already building and using bots. Here we go. From an entry into the CTI Big Book, number 1.1.4.2, channels and bots. They're building and using bots. You guys can read through that image. It's all there. They're watching left movements too. I've been saying this, you guys. I've been saying this. I'm like, it's not just people on the right. It's people on the left. I'm trying to tell you guys. It's not just for me. It's for you guys that disagree with me politically. I'm telling you, You got to shut this shit down. Watching left movements too. CTIL often strayed from COVID to political matters, usually focused on Trump and Republicans, but not always. Docs show interest in the U.S. campaign for Palestinian rights, Democratic Socialist, Health Care for All hashtag, and other progressive groups. Number 19, Election 2020, a very end of world type of moment. CTIL members were often extreme partisans who seemed to believe anything was justified to stop Donald Trump. We saw this. Whose potential election in 2020 was framed by one analyst as a little apocalypse. All right, I'm not skipping this video. I got to hear this.
My scope is it overlaps somewhat with COVID, but definitely goes beyond it. I am very much focused on the election, the U.S. election in November, because I think it's a very end of the world type of moment. The virus is just an actor in the broader story. Exactly.
These people, lunatics. Number 20. I know you guys want to get on that one. Just let me get through these, and then we can open it up for comments while I'm driving. That's much easier to manage. So, number 20 next. Quote, anti-disinformation as a partisan scam. Watch this space soon for more about the CTIL League's political bias, its role in shaping election moderation operations, and more bizarre AMIT counters. So, using banking to cut off access, fiscal sanctions to parallel counter-terrorism, Google AdWords to identify instances in which people search Google about a particular fake news story or Russian propaganda themes. So they're saying that they're actually going to use this technology to redirect searches away from information or, quote, extremist content.
They're already doing that. That I know.
Yeah, I know. And taking advantage of the technology behind Google AdWords, this method identifies potential ISIS recruits through their Google searches and exposes them to curated YouTube videos debunking ISIS recruiting themes. Apply this method to Russian propaganda, includes monetized centrist SEOs by subsidizing the difference in greater clicks towards extremist content. Wow, God bless. And so we're going to keep an eye on this. This was part 3. This is going to keep going for some time. They said it's going to take months to get through this stuff. Bite-sized pieces. They're going to be up in Congress in DC on Thursday. We will have a space on that covering it. That's why this content was so important to go through now. That way we're prepared when we're hearing what we're hearing to give you additional analysis and help you guys understand what's being said. And that's the end of my presentation portion. That is everything. And I'm going to open it up for comments, but I really appreciate you guys being here. And now I can rest my voice for a minute.
Great work, Trash. Like,
Wait,
bravo, sir. Like,
l-
sorry, Savvy. Go ahead.
no, let's go back to the virus is only part of the election. So anybody want to comment on that?
Oh, I got so much to go over.
Well,
Right.
then
That
go
look,
for it.
so right. Right, and the certitude that comes back, like, oh, the virus is just right. The elections, the big problem. The virus or COVID is just the symptom. Like, that is lunacy at a level, right? Trump derangement syndrome is real. It is real, and you're witnessing it. This, I could tell you so much of this, but like, I lived so much of this, right? So I was part of the pandemic marketing team, right? When they censored us out of people's direct messages, it was the first time that most people understood that all of your direct messages were being monitored and could be censored, right? So that piece of it, rolling into, right, some of the Q stuff, the election stuff. This is, I can't even wrap my head around how good this feels that it's coming out, because it explains what we were able to largely reverse engineer, but we're not able to show the receipts for, right? And
Yeah,
we,
but that's can I ask you a question then? Because I agree with you. It's nice it's coming out, but if our elected leaders or different representatives are unable to wield power till they have, mass popular support, this is just a wrong that's going to continue. Like, yeah, we know it. They're proving what we knew, but if they don't actually take any action, how many hearings have we had now? Another hearing? Like, do you think we're actually going to see some type of action, some type of repercussions?
Missouri
well,
v. Biden is
yeah,
where it's going to happen.
so Missouri
In
v.
my opinion.
Biden, right? Which is, the standard has to be, were government officials directing social media companies to take action, right? That the definition, right, of violating somebody's First Amendment rights has to have that government angle, and we just got that in space. The other reason, right, and I'm with you, Prodigal. I want these sons of bitches to like rot in hell, or at least jail, right? Right. That would be my ultimate hope, and I hope we get there. Why? I mean,
Has anybody,
what?
if that is the case, then has anybody perjured themselves, like Merrick Garland, etc., when they said that they only made recommendations? Now, is this enough to show
Wait,
agency?
well, I'm sure he was aware of this, right? But we'd have to get into whether he was aware of like the inside infrastructure. But we do have officials blatantly violating people's rights, right? Running psyops against the U.S. And here's the reason I'm optimistic. We sure as hell aren't getting justice if Joe Biden or Gavin Newsom or Mike Obama end up in the White House, right? And what we need now is to be able to have and wage an election. We need to not be censored and not be the subject of this thing. And I think between the Missouri v. Biden, the Ken Paxton investigation, the Andrew Bailey investigation, all of the different lawsuits, and now the bombshell whistleblower on CTIL, I think what we're seeing, right, is the dismantling of some of the censorship apparatus where they are going to be in chaos. They're going to be at each other's throats. And so our ability to wage a fairer election, I won't say fair, but fairer election, I think just went through the roof. And right, if we're going to get justice, we sure as hell better take advantage and win this thing.
Well, and not only that, Dustin, I would like to remind folks that Missouri v. Biden is like the landmark case. We know it. I've been talking about it for some time. But there's also another case in that same judge's district, Judge Terry Doty down in Louisiana. He has another case in front of him called Hines v. Stamos. And that is against Alex Stamos, an election integrity partnership, which is littered all through here. And if you don't think that this stuff is going to be a massive, massive improvement on that case, where they'll really be able to dismantle it. The second thing I'll say is they have not voted on the NDAA yet. There's a version in the Senate, there's a version in the House. And they keep going back and forth on this, trying to get this included, trying to get that included. This disrupts to the core the funding, number one, the sixth failed funding audit of the Department of Defense, number one. But now, number two, what can the Congress people do in the House? Well, they can make referrals to DOJ, and we know those are dead on arrival. Well, they can shape policy, though. And if you're going to have an NDAA and spending and all these interests that are surrounding that NDAA, you can't pass a National Defense Authorization Act with this stuff coming out. And so that is part of this piece, I believe, that's coming up on Thursday, part of the hearing and what it's for. Look, we're not going to shake loose people that think this way. It's not going to happen. But they're also going to be limited very much in their ability to be able to operate moving forward. And eventually it will reach a mass inflection point. That's how I see this playing out. But these cases won't be done for a couple of years, right? So it's not going to happen now. So the only hope that we can have is that we have these hearings and we have this reporting and we have this exposure in Congress, in these hearings, then NDAA is getting negotiated. And there's no, the Department of Defense is going to have to answer a lot of questions, my friends, and CISA and DHS. So we'll see. I don't know. Go ahead, Diligent.
Wait, real quick, Diligent. I want
Yeah.
to just expound on the NDAA thing because Name asked Congressman Gates in one of the spaces that we did with him, right, specifically about this issue. And right, the sticking point between the House and Senate. Name, you want to take this one?
Yeah, the question I asked him was basically how the House, the NDAA version that the House passed, stripped all. There was just a blanket paragraph of no government funding for any disinformation or misinformation research, but they also stripped all funding for the Global Engagement Center. So they passed that version, kicked it to the Senate. What did the Senate do? They added back the Global Engagement Center funding. So I asked Gates that question, and his answer was sort of political. He's like, well, we can't, we have to maybe, I don't know, whatever. You can answer that part, Dustin. But the point is like and I'll be on it too when the final NDAA gets kicked back to the House and what's in there. But for now, the Senate has added back the Global Engagement Center funding to continue, and we've talked about what they do. So, yeah, that what Trash said is what's important is the future appropriation type bills that come out. and what they're funding, because a large part of, you know, censorship that has happened was funded by, you know, like the Kate Starboards. She was getting grants from the National Science Foundation. So this is stuff that Congress does have the power to make sure that there are no funds through any government institutions that are going to this type of research. I talked to Gates about it, and he was sort of like, well, you got to give a little bit to get some. And I'm like, well, you know, but you guys can't, you know, be these big proponents of free speech and anti-censorship, yet all vote for a bill that, you know, extends funding for the Global Engagement Center. It's just, you know, so we'll be having spaces on this in the future, Dustin, I'm sure. So.
Go ahead, Diligent.
Yeah, I just wanted to, like Dustin was talking about, that we need to be able to be free of this censorship for the upcoming election. Just want to remind everybody that this platform has been our best available option for continuing free speech, even while this apparatus is in force. You know, look at what they're doing. They're coming after X. They're coming after Elon Musk, the advertiser boycott right now. Everything that they can do to leverage this company is being pushed out there. So I just want to remind everybody that we should continue to support this platform as much as possible, because I really, if we didn't have it, we wouldn't be able to disseminate this information like we are right now. Taibbi's article is already up to 13 million views, right? So it's only been out for a couple of hours. So yeah, if you can afford to, man, I highly suggest upgrading to Premium Plus and doing whatever you can to drive people over here, because everybody's on social media and we need more people to come over here and get awake.
No, you're 100% right. And you know, this is why Media Matters was so important to this part of control of the narrative, right? Media Matters was legacy media, right? If you guys haven't seen it by now, I encourage you to do so. Go to my highlights tab. I've got a few threads and recordings in there where I've been going after David Brock and Michael Teeter for a while now, way before this kicked off at X. And Michael Teeter, managing director of the 65 Project and Facts First USA, what these were actually established from meetings that David Brock held. He's the guy that started Media Matters. And this is how they basically drew out plans. The first one was in 2017, and they figured out, this is right before this happened. It's funny, the dates, by the way. I might as well bring it up now while we're here. So in 2017, David Brock had a meeting. And if you guys go to my profile, go to my highlights tab, look for the Michael Teeter is Ray Epps attorney thread, because he is, by the way. That's pretty crazy. Michael Teeter was executive director of the 65 Project, the same people that went after attorneys for representing election cases and January 6 defendants, the same Michael Teeter who is the defending attorney for Ray Epps. Anyway, so in 2017, they had this meeting and they set up basically American Bridge, which was like their PAC funding apparatus. They set up Crew, which was the legal arm. They used Media Matters, of course, and then they created Share Blue. Share Blue was supposed to be basically like this, and American Bridge as well, like kind of like an Oppo research disinformation team, essentially, that would deploy into social media and legacy media. And then they also set up programs with Facts First USA, which they're using now in legacy media. I've actually pointed out an article just recently by CNN that was all bullshit, and this was after the letter that came from the White House. It's another topic for another time. I can go over that later. But they use these apparati to basically not only just control social media, as we're showing here through the Department of Defense, but then the partisan hacks, the David Brocks of the world, the Michael Teeters of the world, this Angelo Carosone, the guy now president of Media Matters. And that's why attacking Elon through the legacy media was so important, because they have to hang on to the narrative, not just here, not just in Facebook and Instagram, but they have to hold on to it in legacy media. And so that's how they used in conjunction. And it's just, I would like to point out that this meeting and memo happened in 2017, right as Ms. Terp here was getting fired up with her work. It's not a coincidence. And so this was the plan that was hatched in the Obama White House before Trump took over, 100%. And now you're really seeing it. So real quick, just shameless self-plug. Again, as you guys know, this is stuff I've been covering for a while. This is stuff that matters in my opinion, and now it's all coming out. Go to my highlights tab. There's actually a space that I did on this called Media Matters, David Brock, Facts First, Michael Teeter, Norm Eisen. Norm Eisen being the legal side of that. But there's also a thread. Michael Teeter's Ray Epps' attorney. You guys can go through all that information. It's all there. All the receipts are there. You don't have to take my word for it. Go take a look at it. But it's all there. Daniel, go ahead.
What's up, Trash? How are you?
Good, sir. A little under the weather today.
Yeah, I don't say a prayer for you that you feel better. I have an awful lot to say. I'm not nearly as knowledgeable on all this stuff as you guys are. I'm just blown away listening, although I'm not surprised, but the details and the massive the massive reach, like how far this thing goes. I mean, all together, you're probably talking hundreds of thousands of people that should be in prison, in my opinion. Maybe more, but a couple things is like, why has it like, unless every single member or 90+% or most of Congress are themselves compromised, why has it taken this long for one individual from Congress, I think it was Blackburn, to come out and say, "Oh, we're gonna subpoena the Epstein client list"? How many years has this been going on? The whole Pizzagate connection with Media Matters, that's another thing. We were all made fun of. Anybody who talked about that thing was just, blown to bits by the media and everyone else. I really struggle with why elected officials, very smart people too, like whenever someone says, "Oh, that guy's an idiot" or "that senator's a moron," they're not stupid. They know exactly what they're doing, and I'd like to use the guy who pulled the fire alarm as an example. Right? There other evidence came out that he removed the signs afterwards, and what happened to him? Like, absolutely nothing. So I just I just find it really, I struggle to be okay with the fact that other people are okay with saying stuff like, "Oh, not that you guys are. I'm saying, oh, it's going to take a couple of years." Well, this won't happen for a few years. Oh, these things take time. Well, how come nothing's being said to the American people? It's like that whole, I forget what it's called, where the government treats the people like children. It's like a complex. But that's all I really wanted to say. That it just feels like they all knew, they all know, and seems like they take way too long to do anything, if they do anything at all. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, so Daniel, to the point of like, why isn't anybody telling the American people about it? Right? We're literally going over exactly why, right? Which is because anyone who tried to tell people what was actually going on was censored into oblivion, right? Had
No,
their
I mean
accounts
I
taken.
mean Congress, though, Dustin. Anyone in
Well,
Congress, the 400 something members of Congress.
yeah. So again, there'll be a hearing on Thursday, right? But how many of the American people will pay attention, right? So
But
the
it's like
the
hearing
Who's
after
going to do it?
hearing,
The half of Congress that
hearing.
benefited it, or the third of the people on the right, maybe
Right.
more, that are just as compromised? Like you act like they have benefited from this, so why would they care? Right? How many neocons have we seen in the Republican Party? And the left clearly this benefited their narrative, so why would they want to dismantle their own, propaganda machine? There's no incentive. You know this already.
A lot of these programs were approved by both sides of Congress when they were getting funded throughout the last few years.
They're all corrupt. That's my point. I feel like each and every one of them are compromised.
What I
All of
want to
them.
know is, what are you eating right now? Is it a
A
sandwich?
Oh
Is it
my God!
Haagen-Dazs,
Thank God he said
Haagen-Dazs ice
something
cream
radical.
bar. Sorry for the rude noise.
Oh my God! All right, let's go to Malcolm.
Hey guys, I'll try not to eat my Haagen Dazs, but no, I'm just kidding. Trash, Savvy, Dustin, thank you for allowing me to speak. Hey guys, so I want to preface this by letting you guys know that I'm super involved right here in my area. I'm a precinct chair. I actually consult and I do I help campaigns in my area here in the DFW, Dallas Fort Worth area in Texas, right? So I don't want you to feel as if though what I'm about to say, you know, comes without me putting sweat equity into what I'm doing as well as financial equity into it. So there's that, right? So I feel like we're screwed. I feel like we're always playing from behind. I feel like our country has already been destroyed, and we're throwing up a Hail Mary hoping that we get, not only do we have to win the presidency, but we have to win Congress and the Senate, right? We have to win both sides, right? So my thing is, you know, Twitter is a step, right, of being able to get back some of the freedom that was taken from us in the past. And then also, in addition to that, I feel like once we are all involved, right? We are super laser focused on what the plan needs to be, what the goal is here. But we don't decide the election. We're on the right, there's people on the left. It's the people in the middle who are going to decide the outcome of this coming election. And my concern is that the same game is going to be played once we get into that 2 minute drill, right? Once we get down to the nitty gritty of the election, we're going to get back into the censorship of it all. So we need to have a game plan for that. So what should that plan be? And, how do we execute it? Because they are going to try to censor, like right now, and I talked about this a couple of days ago, Facebook is letting us get away with some posts, things they normally would censor, they're not. And Twitter, we can pretty much say whatever the hell we want. Um, on Instagram, they censor. I feel once we get back into the nitty gritty of the election, they're going to start censoring really hard. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
So, Savvy, go
No,
ahead. I'll
yeah.
build it.
Um, so what I've done, or not Dustin, Malcolm, um, if you go to my profile, you'll notice that I have,
You're
uh,
rugging, buddy.
oh, yep. It's because I'm in a bad part of my room. Is that better?
Yeah, better.
Okay. I have, politically savvy. I have my second account. I never use that account. I go, that's my second account for this very thing. So I can be ready should this happen again. I already have my alt account. It has a different email address to it, username, login, everything ready to go. So I don't lose, and people know that that's in fact me. So that's one thing you can do. And I have the same thing on Facebook. Excuse me. So go ahead, Justin. Justin?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're going to be able to. Do I think they're going to try to, work things in their favor? Yes, but I agree with what Trash and Dustin said. I mean, they're dealing with multiple criminal AG suits. A lot of this apparatus is being attacked by private lawsuits, by Twitter, by Truth Social. I mean, this is not, and they're being exposed. So I don't think. I mean, I think you guys underestimate the appeal that and their ability. Their messaging isn't working for the economy. I mean, they can say it as much as they want to. The polling shows nobody's buying Biden economics. Nobody's buying what they're selling on foreign policy. Nobody's buying this. I don't. I have more hope for the sliver that are either uninformed or don't aren't involved in politics because their life has not gotten better. Right? I think you overestimate the amount of people who are willing to change what they believe. I think people are pretty much entrenched on the right and pretty much entrenched on the left, and there's a sliver of people who don't know or think that appeasement or ignoring the issue is going to lead to normalcy. And I think that sector is shrinking with each passing month, and it's coming to our side. I mean, I don't think that all is lost. I'm actually pretty hopeful, to be honest with you. And we're seeing it in not just in the U.S. We're seeing it in other nations where elections, at least people who claim to be nationalists, we'll see if they are, or to care about their people, are winning. So I'm not for one to believe that all is lost. I think actually, they've basically thrown everything they can. At this point, all they can do is try to kill Trump. That's basically it. In my opinion, he's in. So they've done everything they could, and they
They're
failed.
already talking about killing
Well,
him, Prodigal.
So let
well,
them try. What are you gonna do?
Openly.
what?
Okay, guys.
Sorry guys, I had a phone call, but it looks like you guys are all in need of your friendly neighborhood white pill dealer, and I am here to serve, baby. All right, so right, when these kind of news comes out, realize that these people, right, who are being exposed are exposed to criminal and civil liability. And a precedence is being set that if you engage in this type of behavior, whether you're a social media platform or otherwise, right, that you could get in trouble. And these cogs are not just easily replaceable, right, at the tops of these different organizations that were censoring us, right? And they are definitely going to be at each other's throats, right? And there's going to be all kinds of problems. Let's not forget, it took all of this censorship. It took changing the way that mail-in ballots were counted and received in dozens of battleground states, right? It took all of the censorship, it took all of the legacy media, it took all of the fake polling for them to squeak out a victory that ended up boiling down to about 60,000 votes in 6 different states.
Don't forget the machines, Dustin. Please, please. We cannot not mention ESNS and Dominion. I didn't kill myself.
Is that a new brand? I didn't hear that one
Yeah,
before.
yeah. No, listen, of the approved machines, right? But what I can say, right? And again, I don't know exactly what happens behind the Dominion black box, right? They hide that behind. But I do know the censorship right? The censorship apparatus. I know it inside and out, right? Like I feel confident saying we know what happened. We just got confirmation, right? Think about the artificial boosting, right? Not the deboosting, the censorship that all of you faced. Think about what's going to come out. Why was David Weissman, like every post he put out, going viral? That's right.
Hey, be careful. That's a mutual.
Listen. I know David. I have no problem with him, but I'm just saying, is the guy like prime time charisma, right? Or was there some artificial boosting going on, right? And I think we're about to see that part of it get exposed. And listen, I don't believe that we need a level playing field to win, right? In fact, if they don't cheat every 6 ways, if they don't have all the censorship, then we smoke them because they suck at governing, right? They suck as human beings, and frankly, a lot of them are straight up criminals.
Yeah, but you're a white racist piece of crap. So why would I vote for you?
Nobody ever says that shit to me, right? Like this is shit we say. Like, oh my god, this is part of the change.
That's
Well,
what
oh my,
they sell their voters. They
oh
believe
my
it.
god, people do not buy that shit when they can't afford gas, they can't afford food, their kids have to move back in with their parents because nothing is effing working because rents are $3,000 to $5,000 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment in buttfuck
Yeah,
Nowhereville,
but they care
right?
about the rent in Gaza. They don't care about the rent in the
And
states.
Dustin,
Yeah,
Dustin,
yeah.
can I just
Again though, right? You're highlighting the most clownish cartoon. This is Ben Shapiro like scoring points by going to a college campus and arguing with somebody who just finished their first course on Marxism, right? Be like, "Dunk, baby," right? Like I don't. Again, like have a little more faith in the broader American people, right? They're not stupid. They have been living through like what this really is, right? And they can see through this stuff. And it's starting to bleed through. Just look at people's opinions on January 6th as an example, right? They tried to enforce that narrative through all of the censorship apparatus exposed here, right? And nonstop media coverage, right? And all it took was a bunch of J6ers being allowed to like organize and speak on
Yeah,
this
but they're
platform.
still locked up, though. So, like, I get what you're saying, but it goes back to like actual getting some type of justice or accountability. People are still locked up. People are still going to be going away because of it. Like, we know the truth, but if it's not actually put into effect in the real world, and that, I agree with you. I was a white pill. I don't know how I got painted as a dark pill here. That was, I'm not black pilling at all. I agree with you. I just want to see
What do
some.
you mean? Every single day,
Oh,
you're like, guys, we're fucked. I don't know about you. I mean, I'm gonna be fine, but we're fucked.
I'm gonna be fine. That I know.
Hey,
Yeah, I said
listen,
that.
Everyone else is.
Okay, hold on, fellas. Fella, hold on. I'm gonna pause this conversation. We got people holding holding their hands up. Let's okay. So let's go to Mac real quick, then Diligent, and then it'll be a free for all, if that works, guys. Love y'all. And we have more people speaking, or wanting to speak. So there's that. All right. Mac, Diligent, free for all. Go.
Big Mac, that's you, brother.
Mac. Okay.
Sorry,
Join.
man.
Oh, there it is.
I just want to get back to the whole CTIL thing. Dude, that sounds like the propaganda bullshit that where Q came from. Am I getting that wrong? I'm just, it just
Yes.
sounds like that's where all that crap came from.
Yeah, they mentioned that
What do you guys
earlier.
think?
Can you not hear me, Mac?
Yeah, Mac, I don't know if you can hear
And I don't know what the
Savvy.
question is. Can
He's
you can
saying is the
Let me
CTI.
drop down and then I'll come back.
what was the question, Sabby?
He was asking. He was saying the CTIL is like
Second, you're savvy.
it is not Q.
No, no, they were censoring Q stuff.
Yeah.
No, this is
Well,
Department of Defense. Like, listen, this is Department of Defense. This is 100% their censorship apparatus, their psychological influence operations apparatus. I don't know. Maybe they're connected with Q. I don't know. I don't have receipts on that. What I do have receipts
well,
on is what I went over today.
so in what we covered today, right? I do want to point out, right, that they did say that they would preemptively create fake campaigns, right, in order to preempt, right? Or pre-bunk, right? As they call it, trash, I think, pre-bunk. So, right, what they and now imagine when they call Fox News snorters, right? Them sitting around being like, oh, you know what? Maybe we'll create a group and they'll talk about drinking bleach in order to protect themselves from COVID. And then Ben Collins and Brandy Zandrosny and Rachel Maddow and the rest of the fucking media, right? Say, oh, look, this is what the anti-vaxxers are saying. This is what the fake COVID people are saying. So that there was right, and I have a feeling more of that will be in the CTIL release. How do we say this thing? CTIL, CTIL,
So
I've been
CTIL.
I've been saying Seidel, but yeah, I don't know. And listen, if it does come out, it's possible. Like that was an influence op as well. So I mean, it's very possible. Maybe that does come out. I don't know. I hope it does, so we can put a lot of this stuff to bed. But other than that,
I,
I
I
hope we
think
make the lists.
I think the point is this, and then I'll kick it to Diligent, but I want to just put this extra piece out there. If you find yourself in like a social media group setting of some kind where everybody's saying really ridiculous, stupid shit, you are literally the retarded guy who lived in the vacuum repair shop basement, surrounded by 15 feds who are going to try to frame you for trying to kidnap the governor. So just so you know, if you're surrounded, just know it's a bunch of these freaking goofy, blue-haired academic Defense Department intel incels, right? Who are literally just trying to pin everything on you. Get the fuck out of there. What are you doing there in the first place? All right,
hey
Diligent, I'm
Mac,
sorry.
you hear that answer?
yeah.
Some of it I did, some of it I
Okay.
didn't. I laughed because
Okay.
I couldn't hear you, Sal. I couldn't
Yeah.
hear you. I couldn't really hear a lot of the people speaking. Thank you
Hmm.
for bringing me up, Trash, and Dustin and
It was
Sav.
me that brought you up. Thank you very much.
So I
Just
just honestly, me personally, it sounds a lot like the CTIL thing. Just listening to all that. Yes, yes, I will take my shoes off. Um, it sounds like a lot of that is going to come out that Q was a psyop. That's kind of where I'm at with it. You know what I mean?
oh yeah. I mean, I think we're a lot of us are in agreement on that here.
I mean,
But
I and trust me, I was one of those cats, just like probably several.
I'm sorry, man. I'm going to stop you because I don't
Yeah,
want
I
this
don't
to
think we
turn
need to
into
go down these.
the great Q debate,
Yeah,
right?
thank you.
No, I
So,
said I was one of those cats, but
no, no, no. I understand, but like continuing to bring up Q now, like we're gonna have 50 Q people request
yeah,
and want
I'm
to
not
argue
trying to bring
about
up
what,
you.
right? Yeah. No, no. Listen, I think again the censorship apparatus that was exposed around pandemic, around COVID, around the elections, right, and especially around Donald Trump, I think are
Exactly.
the if we keep our emphasis on that, I think we're winning the narrative game. So
So
Exactly. I agree
nothing's happening
100%.
in 2 weeks, is what you're saying, or
See what?
Prodigal, you are such a
I was
troll. God
told two
damn
weeks
it.
is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Prodigal, shut up. All right, Diligent, get in here.
Yeah, I
And
just wanted to.
I have to move people around, right? So
I'll
I'm
I'm
drop
heading
down,
out. So
dropping.
Steph.
get.
No. I'm dropping people down, bringing people up. If someone sees Caroline, I had dropped her down to bring more people back up, but get her back in here because we love her. Okay, continue.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that they are constantly finding new ways to get approval for these types of censorship programs that are effective on the not only on the left but also on the right. Like over the last month and a half, I've seen many of my conservative compadres calling for censorship in the name of fighting anti-Semitism and the Israeli war, right? So I think that we need to be very aware of when we might be being manipulated into letting these programs slip through the cracks and allowing for this to happen, right? I've seen a lot of conservatives and Republican senators and other public figures calling for censorship on behalf of the war, right? So I just think this is something that we need to keep in mind. They find new ways to invigorate motive for these programs, and it's successful, right? I've seen it play out just in the last few weeks. Thank you.
I want to add something to that. I'm glad you brought it up, Diligent, but I have actually noticed, without naming people, certain people that were staunchly pro free speech. Sorry, can't speak. Staunchly pro free speech and anti censorship, especially during COVID, are now openly calling for censorship and deplatforming over the Israeli Gaza conflict of the opposing views that are not on their side. So, very interesting. Keep be aware of that and the people that are openly calling for that here on this platform in Twitter Spaces. Very disturbing.
Yeah, it was. And I remember the night of the 7th because I was like, I was on Twitter, and then all of a sudden, I just watched people activate. It was the craziest thing that I had ever seen. And it seemed coordinated. The stuff that was coming out was just over the top. And I just saw people flip like a switch. And I was just like, whoa, what is happening here? Like, Savvy will remember. She'll be back in a minute. But she'll remember. I called her. I'm like, yo, like I'm literally, I'm like the meme. Like I'm literally shaking right now. Because I remember seeing it. And I was like,
Oh, that
whoa.
was bizarre. Like that was
Yeah,
almost scary trash. I mean, you and I were on the phone. I don't know, 6:37 in the morning, going, "Are you seeing this shit? Like, are
yeah.
you really seeing X, Y, Z? How in the world? Why is this happening?" And then you're just like, "Oh,
It's
yeah,
gotten even worse. They're calling for censorship now. These are former pro free speech, anti censorship people that are now calling for censorship. And look at the people they're aligning with too.
Yeah.
Anyway,
see,
we don't need to go down the hole, but you
Yeah.
know, just be aware of who these people are and maybe their real agendas. Okay, motives.
Well, not just that, be aware of that you might be being emotionally manipulated. This is the exact kind of psychological warfare that we're talking about, right? That's being reported on is that they're using fervor over war and injustice to change the values of the people that would normally uphold freedom. So they're actually convincing people that genuinely did believe in free speech to go against their principles and replacing their core values That's the shit that we need to be aware of going forward. Don't allow yourself to be manipulated.
It's
Oh yeah,
frankly
no,
disgusting,
that's
if I can be
well,
honest.
yeah, yeah. So that's kind of what I was talking about. That's always been my stance here on X, especially with content and everything I do. Like many times, like a lot of people on stage I talk to personally, and you guys know it. I'm like, yeah, I'm not getting into that one. Here's what I'm doing. I'm doing this over here. I don't know what y'all are doing over there, but I'm doing this over here. What seems to be the most important thing? What seems to be a draw to an emotional reaction from me? Not going to do it. I'll just stay in my lane over here and go after censorship and David Brocks of the world and Media Matters and all these clowns. And that has served me well. I've been pretty fortified against any kind of this nonsense. So let's get some hands, guys. I'm driving and I've got traffic, but I shouldn't have traffic going northbound. But it is what it is. So Carolina, you came up, and I'm gonna go to Jason Fick because he's doing some work in this area as well, and then we'll keep moving through. Go ahead, Carolina.
Hey, I'm so glad you guys are doing this. I've missed everybody. I miss you, Savvy. I got your back yesterday. I was like really frustrated to hear that they came after you. So you got my support 100%. Trash you too. I love you guys, Dustin. I came up here. I put my hand up because I was trying to flag press Scott Pressler, but he and I were talking in the back right now. He responded, I'm trying to flip District 28 in Texas red. So if you want to send me a DM and ask me about it, I need all the support. It's a long time Democrat held for a long, long time. I'm calling for an audit, an investigation of operation, I think it's called Stone Garden. So, but anyways, my advice is that we just keep our, focus 100% on who the bad guys are and just get to work in America first. Focus on what's going on in our backyards, focus on what's going on in our country, close the border, get all this calls to action, stop giving money to Ukraine, stop, being played by this crazy chaos agents or operatives, whatever you want to call them, and let's get to work. So we have a lot of, work to do between now and the next 4 months. We have literally almost 100 days to get things done. So I would say join people like Scott and everybody up here who's doing a lot of work, boots on the ground. And if you see the tip jar on all of these great people, just donate them. I mean, I know in the beginning we started doing this spaces and Trash and I said, like, hey, can you help me? Vinny down there as well. I said, look, I'm about to bring on about like 50 to 100 doctors that have been censored. It's going to get crazy chaotic. I mean, Trash pulled like a 19-hour space with me. It was insane. I mean, they were fighting. It was cat fights. It was like, we had doctors from the left, from the right. It was unbelievable. I mean, Elon bought X, and we didn't think that we were going to make it work to be able to bring this, conversations and just have the, people throwing the punches and have a real audience listening to this for the first time after being censored for almost 3 years. So just if you guys want to help me flip some districts in Texas and a couple of other states, DM me because it's about to get real. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. I love you.
I adore you guys. I love you.
All right, Jason, get in here.
Hey, thanks, Trash. I, for one, have to say that I am so surprised that the United States has been working with social media. I had no idea for all of these years whatsoever that that was actually happening. I mean, it's so funny because those of us that have really paid attention knew this was all happening, and it's just like the world is waking up because they get better evidence, and of course, it's just another conspiracy theory becoming conspiracy fact. But I will say that, and we have been working in this space. We have a couple things that are really good that are going on. One is a constitutional challenge that they're kind of stuck with at the moment over this whole Section 230 thing. But here's the interesting part about this: people are calling it boosting and deboosting and so forth. The only protections that they have, right? All these big tech companies, is to essentially deboost. It's to restrict materials, right? The part where they're talking about boosting materials, none of that's protected. That's what Gonzalez versus Google was dealing with in the Supreme Court. They called it recommendation. Everybody uses all different names, so nobody knows what the hell's what, right? But the point is, there's two types. There's either restriction or content development, right? One is advancement, one is restriction. This is coming out, of course, with the CTIL files, is that they were actually advancing content, which means they were in fact developing content, which lo and behold, the courts have completely destroyed the term development and rendered it basically useless. Although it's a broad term, it was really reduced down. So essentially that's why we have just run into stone walls in these courts, is because, I mean, hell, they're involved. The government is protecting the government because the government is involved with big tech, and it's this big vicious circle. Well, I will say that, and I can only sort of touch on this. I can say that we are being put in contact with the Jay Sekulow office. They're interested in going after, because everybody's asking what comes of this Missouri versus Biden case, and we are talking or thinking about an FTCA case, Federal Tort Claims Act. Essentially, one of the things that's interesting is everybody's talking about state actor, and I just want to clear something up. Under the Federal Tort Claims Act, we have to do a bit more research. We've only spent like a few days on this. Everybody thinks they have to either be an employee or an agent, but it actually says employee, agent, or instrumentality. So the question is, what is an instrumentality? Well, of course, the instrumentality, it's just like it's the hammer that hits the nail. It's the guy who swings the hammer is the one controlling it, the government. But in truth, the hammer is social media. That's the instrumentality they're using to violate all our rights. So it means that we may be able to hold the government accountable, and all of the discovery and evidence and so forth, and all of these different cases and all of the different things that are going on. This is going to get interesting. So we're working on that right at the moment. So that, don't think that we are ignoring it, but I can tell you that I think we're either going to be bringing a mass action or a class action on this one and go after all of it. So cross your fingers. I got to get a lot of people lined up. I know that we just started working with Veterans for Trump and the Legacy PAC and so forth, and a couple others are joining forces. So just keep an eye out for that stuff, but we are working on this.
Thank you, Jason. All right, we're going to go Caroline, Lacey, and Randall.
I just wanted to kind of go off of what Diligent and Jason were saying. I think Diligent made a great point that, like, as we have the newest conflict or the newest thing to talk about, war, and those conversations are filled with a lot of fear and a lot of emotion, and we just want to be sure to safeguard ourselves and hold our friends accountable to say, hey, you've been a free speech advocate. You say that you believe in free speech. You come into these spaces. You talk about how, you'll defend somebody else's right to say the things that you don't like. That is what free speech is. And, when we looked at Restrict Act, we picked that thing apart and said, hey, here's how this is being pitched to us versus here's how all of the ways this can be weaponized against us. And I think we have to keep that vigilance to apply a consistent standard and look at everything with a critical eye to understand, okay, we're in a situation where our emotions, our fears are being appealed to, and that is either so that we will agree with this or sort of agree with something enough that there's not friction there. And so Jason and Trash and Name, or anyone else who can speak on this, like, what are the things that ordinary people can be doing to create friction in these areas? I know, Name, you had talked to Matt Gaetz a little bit, but I just wanted to hear from y'all your thoughts on that.
I think the spaces that you brought up, the Restrict Act, the spaces that Dustin, even Mario did one, everyone was on the same page on this specific topic. But specifically, Dustin, I don't even know how many days or weeks you were doing them every day, bringing this up, and what you were doing, telling people to call their congressmen. I think we even had some congressmen on the space. I'm not sure, but I believe personally that because of what I think Dustin and Jen made the most noise about this on Spaces, it was running daily, and I don't know if you did one, Trash, so I don't mean to leave anyone out, but I think that made a difference, and it was basically dead on arrival. It was a social media campaign that shot it down. So in the future, there will be more, and have to go about it the same way.
I would like to add something to what Name is talking about here too. Another thing that the general public can do that I've come to find out is, and it's happening far more often, and I think it goes back to the conversation when I came in, and they said that people have wised up. They're not seeing the changes, right? The point that I'm trying to make here is that the average person needs to educate themselves. They need to go to the source of the information, right? Rather than a regurgitation. If you don't go to, because the regurgitation always has the propaganda in it. Think, and the point is to make the point to other people. Think for yourself. Go read the Restrict Act. It wasn't all that long. Read it. Look what it says. Do it for yourself, and don't take somebody else's opinion. If more people in this nation took the time to actually understand some of these laws that they're putting into place, they're horrible. They're absolutely ridiculous. And what happens is the Restrict Act was short enough, simple enough, and easy enough for people to understand. As Name was saying, yeah, there was a social media campaign pushback that was like, holy hell, we're going to lose our free speech here. That's all it does is restrict free speech. So that, I think, is the big thing is that people need to go to the source, verify it for themselves, and and don't just take anybody else's word for it. Look at it yourselves.
Yeah, and just because of I think Dustin was the one that really, Dustin and Jenner, the American Mission, really started this on the Restrict Act. Because of that, that's the only reason I read the damn thing 4 times. I mean, I really educated myself with it, and then participated in the spaces trying to educate other people on it, because not most people aren't going to read, I mean, this was a short one, it was like 75 pages, but that had a major impact. And we are seeing a lot of politicians participating and coming up and talking in these spaces. But I think because, the Restrict Act, as an example, because of the spaces we were doing on that, just bombarded these congressman's office with phone calls, and they had to stand down on that one. So in
Actually,
the
a
future,
really good point, Name. You made me think of this, and this is a really good point. The congressman coming in here, the public is now the resource. Do you realize that? That now we can come in and influence directly rather than a couple people in an office in DC making that decision. And the reality of them coming in here, we should actually be pushing more. The average person should push them to come into these groups and listen to what the people have to say. Because if they're going to represent us, they should sure as hell know what the hell we think. That's a
Well,
really good point, Name. I didn't even think about that until now.
well, and Jason, we that's actually became a standard part of like our candidate selection, right? Like in order for us to support you with our memes and our opposition research and our volunteer network that's been building out, right? You can't, and my saying for it is just you can't have accountability without accessibility. And so, right, once a quarter, it doesn't have to be our space, right? Just bypass the legacy media and talk directly to the people in the next space. Right? That's it. I think that one step would do more to change the direction of legislation and policy than just about anything else we can do. Right? If they had to regularly, right, present themselves to the world and take questions from real people, it'd be game over. It'd be game over. We would see the direction of policy go in an entirely different direction because they frankly pass a bunch of ridiculous stuff, right? That they don't even feel that they have to understand because they don't think anyone's ever going to call them out on it. And so, right, if we continue to elevate the conversation and right, we have to pick our battles right now because like we only have the ability to like drum up attention when it's something that people really deeply care about. But like on the Restrict Act, that was something that they were going to push through by telling people it was a banned TikTok bill and it had right literally wasn't about that at all, but that was the shiny bow they put on, and they thought people would be like, oh, I hate that my kids are always on that ticker talk, right? And that they'd push it through and no one would make any noise. And when we started to make noise, we did it in a way that when Joe Rogan talked about it and when Tucker Carlson talked about it and when Tim Pool talked about it, right, they came with the full-blown arguments of, wait, this thing's written so vaguely that it affects me. This thing criminalizes the use of VPNs, right? For all kinds of other things. And so, right, if we continue to add the policy element and what Trash and Savvy are doing with the CTIL files or CITL or whatever the hell we're calling it, right? But exposing the censorship network, right? What's funny? This is what we've always wanted to do, right? The stuff that they censor, right, and have pushed back against are people who wanted to have the reasonable conversations about what was actually going on. Like, hey, there's all these studies that came out after the Spanish flu about the efficacy of masks in a airborne pandemic, and it all right. They all seem to come to the same conclusion that it makes more people more sick than it helps because no one uses the mask rights, and they are right basically putting anyway whatever without diving into it. Right, this is all we've ever wanted, and they've tried to censor us because the truth, right? Lies cannot and propaganda cannot compete against the truth unless the lies are allowed to operate in a vacuum. And that's why they're hell bent on taking X away from Elon, and why they're hell bent on making sure that we don't have platforms like this where the truth can get out and then bleed out through the rest of society. So, right, everybody who's doing this stuff, just continue to talk to people, expand your personal networks, and that's how we win. And right, that's what I believe. Anyway,
I
I'm
wanted
kind of ranting.
I wanted to make a point of asking y'all that just to have y'all do exactly what you did because I think a lot of the time we get really bogged down in these conversations and everybody feels like, okay, yeah, but what are we going to do about it? And I think that for the sake of morale and not having people blackpilled, we need to spend a little bit more time celebrating our successes to remind people that our involvement actually does matter. So this is encouraging to hear. Thank you guys.
Okay, Lacey, Randall, and then Rick. Hi, everybody. You guys all have hit some great touch points in regards to what I wanted to say. But you're correct in regards to being cautious and who you get your information from because of the flip of the way that they're speaking today regarding the censorship. I usually will stick to the same people because I feel I can trust them, which obviously is Trash, Dustin, Mike, and I can go on and on and on. I also try to do my part by gathering the information that I do, and I try to go straight to the heart of the things. I don't like telling stories in a long version, and then I'll share it onto TikTok. I'm on almost every social app you can think of because there's been many people that I've talked to that are still not on Twitter. And I don't know if it's the format or if it's laziness or whatever. But so I make sure that I spread the word by showing it. I do it on Facebook. Um, and again, I was going to mention I'm seeing porn back on Facebook again, which is mind blowing to even be seeing that right now. So I don't know if they're changing things within their program and so forth. But and lastly, I wanted to add there was a gentleman I was listening to late last night at work. He was playing with the, what is it, COG or the CROG AI platform and was asking a lot of questions to test it out and so forth. I posted it in the Purple Bubble if you guys wanted to see who held the space and if you guys wanted to listen to it. That's another thing. Continue to record these spaces because just with anything else, people are very lazy. They like things being told to them, and at least this is a way of them to listen to it if they're too lazy to go look it up themselves. So, and that was it. Sorry, thanks.
Yeah, no, I mean that's why I do these, right? There's a few reasons. Number one, I know people share the recorded spaces outside of X to bring people to X. Number one, I know this for a fact because I see the comments, I get DMs about it. Hey, look, your friend shared your space with me. I'm not even on X. I am now. Great stuff or whatever. The other reason is the other thing I want to mention and talk about here is that the reason I do these spaces specifically, I just bring the source material, right? So I just bring the source material. I'm not here to change your mind. Like, you read it for yourself. You tell me what you think. But that's why the receipts are so important. That's why I really kind of stay away from people that just, even if they have a trustworthy opinion, I'm not really interested in opinion as much as I am in the source information so I can formulate my own. And I think that that's really important whenever you're choosing to follow somebody or get information from them. Did they give you the receipts or did they give you the conjecture? I think that's important to note, and you got to pay attention to it because that's how the influence operations work. And you got to make sure that that information you're being presented with is legit. You know, that's the other thing too. It's really a daunting task, but that's where we're at. So that's what I
But
try to do.
you guys have proven that you've done the work, you do the work, and that's with other people on the social app. I mean, they literally, I mean, like Mike Kudre, that guy. I've went to bed and woke up, and the guy was still going in the spaces. It's the devotion is just. I can't help but respect somebody and the people that are devoted to making a change and getting the truth out. I'm about getting the truth out. I'm about throwing it back in the face and saying, stop believing this shit. And if you really want to know the truth, go to Twitter and I'll tell you who to follow. So that's my way of doing my part.
Lacey, I just wanted to bring up that trash was at the very beginning when we all had a meeting and decided, let's do, American Mission, let's bring the news, let's utilize this platform and so-called freedom of speech and bring, the media to our hands and encourage other citizen journalists to do the same thing. And it was a terrible challenge. I mean, we were encountered with chaos agents, people trying to dox each other. I don't even know how many times people have tried to dox trash. I mean, they finally, what, did they already do it a couple weeks ago? I saw you posted your picture. So it was insane to know that, we were going to use something like a Twitter space, like a platform, like a social media, like Jason said. We didn't even know America did social media. Well, guess what? We brought it to the public. The public likes it. And all of our research and our hard work is being not only judged by the American public, but it's also being weighed. And a lot of things have been changing with the fact that, people on social media have gathered together and gone to the back channels and continue to lock arms and get things done. I mean, you've seen it here with representatives coming here to just give us the news before they do it to anybody else. With Savvy boots on the ground in Georgia. I mean, there's so many moving parts going on. I mean, we have to be diligent as well, because there's people that try to like throw everything at us and say, here, can you look at this, there's whistleblowing. I mean, you still have to follow the law, even with whistleblowing and getting material. A lot of people sent me a lot of images and material of the war that is currently going on. I had to sit there and run it through softwares and run it through AI and see what was AI and what was not AI, and vet it through 4 conservative networks. And it's a really painful job, to be honest with you. And we're just doing this out of the goodness of our heart and because we love our country, and we depend on you guys to come here and judge us and say, look, I like what you're doing, keep doing it and support us, because without you, we can't do it. Right now, my goal is to flip at least 23 different districts to red that are the key districts. We don't have to fight the war everywhere. We just got to know where to fight. And it's in this swing states and this very, very corrupted, counties like Maricopa and all the other ones. So we don't have to fight all over the place. We just have to collaborate and work together and fight in the right places. So thank you guys.
I agree with that statement. And as we know, things are going to get worse. And Elon is going to start feeling the pressure even more than what he is now. And you're right. They hate this platform because we're getting the truth out. And then we're able to share off of this platform onto the other platforms, which I will continue to do so.
Yeah. And part of the offense that we were talking about here, the CTIL drop here, part of the offense was they were seeding bad information, and they were flooding the zone with bad information to saturate, as they said, and to manipulate what they consider to be mis and disinformation, which is the truth more often than not. So you have to be careful, especially too, when you have a large platform or a larger. I mean, mine's kind of small still, but when we have these large spaces, or I'm sent topics all the time, There's 100% people out there sending you bad information, whether it's on purpose or accident. I don't know. But we see right in here that's part of their offensive operations. That's exactly what they do. And so that's why the diligence has to be there. But let me get to some of these hands. I'm still driving, guys. There was a couple bad accidents. I don't know who's first. So Rick, go ahead. And then
I
Randall.
got that covered. No. It was Randall and Rick. Trash. You
All
focus
right.
pro.
All right.
Hi, guys. Hey, Trash, Dustin, Savvy, I listen to you guys all the time. A lot of times I try to speak, but you never get to me. But anyway, I'm so glad to have a chance. Trash, you've been great. I've been listening to you and all your spaces when the Twitter files broke. You know, some was December, January, around there, and you were all over them. But, you know, what you were talking about when I joined earlier, I was driving from work, and you were talking about this, all this CTIL stuff, the things you were reading. You know, I wasn't surprised at any of it. I mean, I feel like I've lived it. And one of the things I think we tend to forget very easily, because it's been over 3 years now. I was really big on Parler at the time, and Parler was our first chance to finally have a platform, and we were really talking before the election, everything leading up. I would be able to post and speak my mind. I was gaining followers like crazy every day. It was like geometric progression. And then when the election was stolen and we started talking about it, I went to D.C. on December 12th after the Supreme Court punted, and I met so many people. It was a great, great way to meet people and talk. Everybody was smart. Everybody was really on top of things. And we all would exchange who our Parler handles were. And, you know, that's the thing that really bugs me. The stuff we're talking about now, if you remember when they brought down Parler, was like January of 21 or so, there were so many images of J6 that were on there that were being put on by people that had phones and were recording. That's why they shut it down. AWS, the Amazon hosting service that had Parler, they shut it down. And it was because they knew all the receipts were there because everybody there was able to record and it was being posted. I saw so much stuff that once Parler went down, it all disappeared. It's all there. It was all on Parler. They shut it down, and these files that Trash was reading essentially say it without saying that word. I bet you it's mentioned like 100 times in the stuff that's yet to come. But that was their method, and that was their tool. They were scared to death of Parler because so many people were on there on our side and communicating effectively. We had memes, we were sharing things, firsthand accounts, video. There was so much on there. And I was so livid when they brought that down. I'm like, well, how is it that we finally have a place where we can talk and it's shut down overnight? And it was big tech just saying, well, where are they going to go? They don't have any chance. And the government was just like saying, oh, well, sorry, too bad, ha ha, private enterprise. Yep, that's the way it is. No, it was all the government pushing it around. And I remember being on there and seeing, I don't know if anybody else does, remember this, there were guys in CTIL. They were these teams, they were dressed in black, and it said CTIL. I didn't know what CTIL was, but until I saw all these things, I'm like, I remember that. There was images of the CTIL crew that were going around to where the servers were located internationally. There was a group in Italy, there were other places, and they said, these are the CTIL guys. Nobody spoke about CTIL since then. And this is the last time I heard the word CTIL was a couple of Trash's spaces, and before that, it was on Parler. And it's been radio silent ever since. And here it is. They were involved, and they had these guys in these black suits, and they were going and they were storming these server centers where there might have been proof, or it looked like it was pretty legitimate, of these servers that were taking the votes and all the tallying going on. And I think that is something, it's just dead and buried. Nobody even brings it up. That should have been revisited, and someone in Congress should. But, you know, I know they're not going to bother with anything. Even this, as much proof as there is with Twitter, people are just yawning. They're afraid to even touch it. But when you talk about the Restrict Act going away, I'm really scared about this thing that they're trying to push again, which, I hear Nikki Haley out there saying, oh, we need to censor this, we need to censor that. And we know she's a rhino, but how many more rhinos are going to get a piece of this? I'm afraid that they're going to bring it up again. They never stop trying. They keep inching their way and keep eroding our individual liberties. And there's not enough people calling them out in Washington. And I know they don't have the power to prosecute. It's got to go through the corrupt DOJ. But if enough of them, like a
Did we lose him? Am I not the only one?
Oh, thank God, because I was just
Okay.
like,
I
oh my
was
God.
Yeah,
waiting.
I thought it was the space. I was just texting you.
I
Okay.
know, I did too. I'm like, I
Caroline, you
can't
gotta
hear
stop
it.
throwing up emojis because the way I wonder if it's me is if people are throwing up emojis. I'm like, oh, okay, it's me.
Yeah,
Okay.
the emojis she was throwing threw me off because 99% of the time the sound goes off for me, so I can only hear like 1/4 of the entire spaces anyway. So I thought it was just a random Twitter glitch.
Yeah, so if that happens again, throw up the, oh my God face. So we all know. That's it. Yes, girl. Ladies get it. Yes. Okay. Um, he was saying great things too. That bums me out. Okay. We're going to go Rick, Ryan, and Jason.
Thank you for having me up. I appreciate you all hosting the space, talking about censorship. About a month ago, my account went down. I could not get up. It wouldn't let me. I had to pay for an account, and they finally brought me up. Almost everybody up here on the panel was following me. I don't know if you remember the Mustang in the picture. Uh, but yeah, the censorship is real. It's happened here to a lot of us. I had a YouTube channel. I was showing the Arizona audit. I'd have 5,000 people in the room. I started talking to my friend Bill Bailey out of Michigan. The same day I called him, my computer mysteriously blowed up, just went down. It physically blew up, but the hard drive crashed. Um, and then mysteriously the next day, where I was getting 5,000 in the YouTube chat, went down to 150 to 200. I mean, it's crazy. Once I started talking to Bill Bailey on the phone, man, you talk about it just everything just like I was being censored and I posted some pictures, helicopters, jets and stuff were flying over my house. You think I'm paranoid or crazy, but it's just some crazy crap going on. Uh, but I think, like you're all saying, people are being programmed. Even a lot of patriots are being programmed to not talk about the machines. I know Bill Bailey and Matt DePerno found the software inside that machine in Michigan, but nobody wants to talk about that. They seem to blow it off. And then the judge, when they were going to get to actually look at the ballots, said the Secretary of State already did an audit. So therefore, they wouldn't even let him show that software that they found in the machine, could flip votes, backdate it any date they wanted, make whoever they wanted win, and the little lady clerk would know nothing about it. So I know a lot of people say, "Oh, don't look at machines. 2020 is over. Go on." I agree, 2020 is over, but I'm never going to forget it. I don't think any of us should. I think we need to push it to the very last drop of blood left in us till so people start waking up. 2020 was rigged. Anybody that believed Joe Biden got 81 million votes needed to be in a mental institution. It shouldn't be allowed to drive, in my opinion. But I'm going to land my plane there. I just had to bring it up on the machines because we can't forget it. Yeah, we've got to move on, but we cannot forget the past, or we'll repeat it. And thanks again for letting me up. And if you guys would follow me back, I appreciate it because, like I said, I lost a lot of my supporters. Thanks.
Yes, I did follow you back, Rick, because I was like, wait a minute, why aren't I following him? Because I was.
Yeah, you
And
were, and I appreciate it. And listen,
yeah.
I was also a congressman. Well, I take that back. I ran for Congress as a conservative Democrat. I won the primary, but lost the general election. The guy outspent me by like 500 grand. I was I was more of a Republican than 90% of the Republicans when I ran as a conservative Democrat. I was the old blue dog
Blue Dog
constitutional
Democrat.
Democrat. Yeah,
Yep.
they don't exist anymore. They're gone. That's like the party left me a long time ago. But I just ran trying to correct the party, have one decent guy in there.
Mm-hmm.
Which, like I say, I was more of a Republican. Most of the Republicans are in there now. So, but I've switched. I was a Republican for years now. I don't even like the Republicans anymore. They've gone so rhino, it's ridiculous. I consider myself a constitutionalist and a patriot. So I'll let y'all go on that one.
Yes, Rick does put out great content, you guys. So please make sure you follow him back. All right, Jason. Or yeah, did I say Jason Ryan or Ryan Jason? Now I forgot. Oh Lord.
Ryan first.
Ryan. Okay, go Ryan.
Hey, thanks for having me up. I just wanted to say that if everyone's sick of the censorship and everyone's sick of the news lying about us and lying about Trump and the Democrats' narratives, Trash talks about one of his big things right now is he doesn't want to hear anything about a red wave. Well, I think we need the exact opposite. I think we need so many people to freaking vote for Trump that there's no denying it. So if Trump can get into the office red-eyed like a bull in a china shop with the people behind him and the votes, I want so many freaking votes for Trump that this whole narrative of they're cheating or votes are going to Biden. Biden got so many votes. I want so many votes for Trump that it won't even add up. Like, they cannot deny it. I want the people, the chicks on The View, I want them scared to announce that they didn't vote for Trump. In 2020, they had Trump voters, people scared to go to work and say that they voted for Trump. But if we can get enough votes, and I've heard from big influencers and stuff saying that, oh, I live in a DC, so my vote doesn't really matter. I don't care if you're in like a Democrat plus 20 or a Republican plus 20. It doesn't matter. We need so many damn votes for Trump that there is no denying what the people want. And that will cripple the rhinos. The rhinos will not be able to vote with the Democrats if they see how many people are behind Donald Trump. And you can't go on the mainstream media saying, oh, this was Russian. No, it will make it life so difficult for basically anyone that is opposing them if everyone, just get everyone, to go out and vote Donald Trump. And that's kind of where I'm at. And I'm going to go eat some chili dogs.
Thank you for that, Ryan. All right, Jason, you're up. And then Caroline.
So I wanted to go back to what Randall was talking about with the shutdown of Parler. That is something that's very similar to what JFK Jr.'s lawsuit is about. It's something called a group boycott. It's an antitrust. Essentially, the companies all worked in unison to boycott one business. I don't know why Parler didn't try to sue. I mean, I even tried talking to them about it, but they didn't really want to do it. But then fast forward to the other conversation about being shut down, and a lot of people, as Trash said, I am working in this space, specifically trying to stop social media companies from doing the things they're doing. And I'm not out here, and like Trash was also saying, is that I'm only giving people information as to what we're doing. 99% of my time, I'm fighting this problem on the back end and only bringing people, bits and pieces here and there, because it is very complicated, it is very technical, and we have a broken court system, and that's what we've been dealing with all along. But I do have something that I do want to sort of convey to everybody. We have good news coming. I did an interview with Real America's Voice this morning, and the host there didn't grasp what has happened recently. And I want people to understand this, because this, I think, is going to become a more prevalent filing that you're going to see from other people. If the United States has a law that denies you of rights, you actually have to be denied of those rights before you can physically challenge the law. Otherwise, you're just asking them to apply the law. Because I went to the Supreme Court twice now, and the courts have never given me even a single day in court, it's a denial of due process. That pivoted the case that I have against Facebook, and we filed something called a 5.1 constitutional challenge. And I want people to understand what this is going to do. First off, it's mandatory. They can't get rid of me on this one. This can't get dismissed. This doesn't go away. The DOJ had to enter the case. This is real. Like, they're stuck. And we put them in this huge catch-22, because we basically said the problem with 230 is it was read wrong. It was read and applied wrong. We know it's wrong. We can prove it's wrong. Nobody will fix it. The Supreme Court avoided it. And the problem is, if you're always asking them to fix it, they're not going to fix it, right? Because they're involved in it, right? Well, this is mandatory. They don't have a choice now because we put them in a situation where we said, well, look, the way you applied this law is wrong and it's unconstitutional because it's what would be called unfettered immunity. You can do anything you want. That's why they keep doing everything they want to us. That's what happened. And we said, well, on the other side of it, we said, well, here's this other thing called Good Samaritan. Now, nobody talks about it. It's the basic principle of the law. Well, just like self-defense, the basic principle is you have to act in your own defense. Well, guess what? These big tech companies are supposed to be good Samaritans, but no court ever applies that. And we said, well, wait a second. That has to apply fundamentally because that's the legislative guidance or the law's unconstitutional. Like, that's the way it works. Well, now they're caught because either they have to strike the law because it's unconstitutional because the Good Samaritan general provision doesn't apply, or they actually have to apply it. Now, when I was in this interview, the guy said to me, well, yeah, but Good Samaritan is subjective. And I know probably some of you were probably thinking, well, yeah, it's subjective. And he said, well, the judge will just kick it out. No, he won't. Because if the motive applies, right, if their actions have to be that of a Good Samaritan, the judge doesn't decide that. That's a decision for a jury. You beat the dismissal. And the point is not whether or not you'll win your case or not. The point is we can't even get in the freaking door. If you can at least get in the door, these companies will then be held accountable because they're not acting as a Good Samaritan. What does that mean? In the interest of the public. That's something for a 12, panel of your peers, not for a judge. So that would change the entire dynamic of big tech all in one shot. And it's something that they can't get rid of now. So in the next, we don't know, maybe month to 6 months, we're going to get a ruling that will fundamentally change the internet one way or the other. Either that or I'm going to, unalive myself, or they're going to pull in a Patriot Act or some other nonsense. But this is absolutely mandatory. This is changing. And it's not going to get any attention from mainstream, although I can tell you that the establishment has reached out to me. I have been asked to sit down and negotiate this thing. They know they're in deep trouble on this one. So I just want to let you all know there is actually good news coming down the pipeline, at least in this field. We've kind of got the government cornered now.
Excellent. Yeah, Jason, thank you for that. And again, guys, we've been on this space for quite some time. And guys follow Jason Fick. He's been working a lot on this. That's why I know. And he and I talk quite a bit when he has time. But just real quick, just so we're clear, this space we've been going for about 3 hours. And we are basically uncovering what a lot of us knew was going on, but to the extent, and then that bombshell about the Turkey influence operation going on where they had false flags and saying that the ISIS attacks were from the Kurds. Guys, it's insane. All 3 threads are up in the nest. It's the only thing up there. I think Michael Schellenberger and Galaxy Brain and Matt Taibbi did excellent work here as usual. So Michael Schellenberger's tweet is first. That's part 1. Part 2 is the introduction from Matt. And then part 3 is the sock puppets and spies that we went through. And so this is a prequel to the hearing on Thursday. We will be hosting a space. Sabby and I will be hosting a space on it covering the hearing. But I wanted to be able to be prepared and have everyone prepared when you come to listen what they're actually talking about there, because and I'm going to provide some color commentary. As you guys know, this is the stuff that I've been covering for a long time, and I think they did great work here. And it's really mind-blowing what happened, and I think it brings a lot of answers to some of us. It's kind of crazy that the Constitution is my past meme. But I got hit with that on one of my accounts. I know, Savvy, you got hit with that on one of your accounts.
So I was that Constitution meme got me banned off of Twitter and Facebook twice. But Trash, you're doing a great job, and I think Matt, I think you and Matt are very similar, breaking it down to these bite-sized pieces for people to be able to consume. Speak of the devil.
Yeah. So Matt, thank you for joining us. And absolutely fantastic work here. I don't know if you wanted to add some additional comments, maybe what's going on, what to look forward for Thursday, but outstanding work, Matt. Really well done.
Welcome, Matt. And you've got the floor, you've got the mic.
We'll get him up in a second. We'll get him unmuted. Also, down in the chat, you guys, he did a stream today while we were having this space. Somebody did link it in the bottom.
And Trash, you're
So
muted now.
yeah. Okay. Hey, Matt. Good to see you.
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
We should know by the emojis by now.
Right. I saw my girls giving the emojis, Carolina, Carolina. Hey, Matt, we
Hey,
can't
Matt.
hear your mic.
We need like a can't hear emoji.
I know, an ear with a big red.
Space is glitching really hard right now.
Yeah.
A big
For
question
me,
mark would be good.
Oh, a question mark. Good.
I wonder why the space is glitching so hard. It's probably the information we're going over. They're not happy.
I can't hear Matt at
too
all. Is he
much.
talking?
No, he's not. And I wouldn't be surprised if we were being throttled because of this. What should we do, Trash? Should we try to bring him down and bring him back up? What do you think?
Yeah, he dropped. He's going to come back up.
We need
All
a
right.
chunkla
It's
emoji
wild.
too.
Like, are there legitimate reasons for some of these glitches and stuff though? Because like my first reaction is always like, oh, we're being throttled because it's technology. But I have to imagine Elon Musk has a pretty powerful team lined up to kind of like handle this issue. So how would it be like throttled through X, which is controlled by Elon? You know what I mean?
Well, there's a lot. So I talked about this. There's still APIs out there. There are still backdoors that people have access to. There were moderating teams that probably built their own backdoor accesses so they can use it. And it typically happens when we're having spaces about this. The other thing that causes the glitch, though, to be fair, is a full nest full of stuff. That's another thing that causes the glitches. So there's a multitude of things. Now, there has been a lot of exploits that have been fixed. I do know of them personally. I know who was working on that stuff. That has been fixed, but there's still access everywhere. So I suspect that
Trash,
that's
I
what was
think another thing is the overload of the people that come into the space. Like if we have not necessarily major accounts, but the targeted accounts. I think that if we all collaborate or get into like a nest of a space, that brings the problems. I have not been able
It's
to
almost
host
like
a
a
space
bandwidth
since
issue,
March.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I got Matt in here, so hopefully he'll grab the mic and come up because I really wanted to, number one, thank him for the work he's done on this, and it's going to be continuing, guys. As I mentioned when we started this ain't over. This is just the beginning, and so I hope he can come up and grab a mic. I'd like to hear his thoughts on this because this is crazy, crazy stuff. And again, if you have not reviewed these three threads, Michael Schellenberger's is first. And I think he did a great article on this. It was a great write up of an introduction. The second thread was kind of setting the stage, the history with Miss Terp in 2017. There's a great graphic on the timeline there. And then the third is the sock puppets and spies. Really, really insane stuff. You guys need to go read it. So hopefully we get Matt back up here. It's maybe a connectivity issue on the computer, possibly. I'm not sure. But yeah, guys. So I really appreciate you guys being here with us today. It's been great. And like I said, down in the chat, you can access these threads. You can also access the stream that he did today on video. And while we were having this space as well. So we were bringing it to X. So really important stuff. Yeah, Rick, go ahead. Get in here.
Hey,
Actually, before
is
you
there
do that, Rick,
just a quick question? Are
hang on.
there any
Oh,
congressmen
I
that are
hear.
hearing about this?
Hey, Rick, give me 1 second. Hey, Matt, glad you joined us again. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
Hey,
I can hear you, sir.
how's it going? Hi, Rick.
Oh,
Well,
well.
Thanks so much for doing this spaces. I really appreciate it. I mean, we're all very grateful that you're taking the time to go through all this. we were worried no one would care. So, can you hear me?
Oh, no, we very much care. And matter of fact, Matt, I don't know if you heard this. We had already scheduled the a space for Thursday when you guys are up at Capitol Hill, you and Schellenberger. And so the reason that we really wanted to dig down deep and get through all these three threads on the space for everybody is so they were armed when they heard what they were hearing on Thursday. And we can kind of expand on that. But you're not done with these. This is just getting started, right?
Yeah, I mean, this kind of reminds me of the first days of the Twitter file. I mean, we didn't really have a clue about what we were looking at. This is a smaller document set, but the difference is that these documents they're all directly connected to the topic of anti-disinformation and censorship, as opposed to there being lots of other stuff that's kind of, meshed in between and having to pick out the good stuff. There's a lot of stuff here that goes in a lot of different directions, and we're only just picking up, the sort of random revelations. Like, I'm sure you saw that thing about Turkey, and the false flag, the really interesting false flag operations. We're finding more stuff like that. So, but it's going to take a while.
Yeah, that I was just talking about that Turkey false flag, blaming Kurds and how they did that influence, and I'm suspecting that we're going to see more of it for the country here as well, and just what great work it is. And I remember, because I was I was like one of the first people around back in December and January, where we were holding these spaces every time the new Twitter files came out. Every time something's come out, and it's been hard because it was initially just a few of you, right? I think it was Barry Weiss and you and a couple others. And then a bunch of people got a hold of them. So I was like, I'm trying to keep up. But this looks to me that what you guys are covering, and I think that you did an outstanding job setting the precedent, getting the date, the time, the timeline graphic that you put up, I think is very important for people to understand, and kind of where this moves.
Yeah, I mean, when I was first presented, or when I first heard about this story, I was a little skeptical initially, because people in the industry were telling me that these figures were not, the heaviest of hitters. But it turns out that these documents are significant for a couple of reasons. Number one, the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI were involved in this thing from the beginning. DHS ends up adopting a lot of these tactics. But more importantly, there's just more stuff about the offensive side of this whole operation than we ever saw in the Twitter files. So we still don't know a whole lot about how often they're doing things like infiltrating groups here at home and disrupting them and de-amplifying them, or creating false news stories. But this gives you a hint that they are doing it for sure, and that's pretty freaky. I think that's a new thing, for a new angle to this story.
Yeah, and the offense operations is the one that I really keyed in on, right? I mean, it's like we know a lot of the defensive stuff and the malinformation stuff, and we knew about the GEC thanks to you guys, and we knew a lot about these other funding mechanisms, like we were talking about it, the SIO, all these different NGOs. But to see this chunk that seemed to be the gap in everyone's research was this. But then, what else is going to come out of this offensive apparatus that they built? Because that is where we are racking our brains. Like, how do people at this point in 2023 don't know certain key things? And it's because there has been such influence operations on the offense that I'm actually kind of nervous to see what comes out from this. I mean, I want to see it. I want to expose it all. I want to talk about all of it. This is obviously a lot of time I spend between the Missouri v. Biden case, the Hines v. Stamos case, the Twitter files, what you've got going here. It's all very important, but I'm still really nervous about what's going to come out of the offensive. And with this whistleblower, right? Obviously, it seems like you guys got tranches of information. Like, this person came with buckets of receipts. So, yeah. If you could talk a little bit, maybe about something you guys are working on a little bit. I don't want you to give it away, but.
Well, I mean, right now we're at the stage of just kind of throwing things into piles of, what are some of the bigger themes that we're seeing? And, yet the first thing you do, obviously, is you read through everything. Then you make rounds of phone calls, and then you try to figure out what's important and what's not. Kind of the universal assessment of people that I talked to so far is that what's weird about this compared to some other things is how loose-lipped some of these figures were in talking about things like sock puppet accounts or false flag operations or adopting fake names or infiltrating groups, and that's unusual. But as you say, there would be a lot more to find out. That stuff is generally not easy to discover. I mean, it's not foilable. They'll hide from you on national security grounds, even if you identify it and FOIA it. So this stuff offers a window into how they think about a lot of things. Interestingly, they left the people who developed AIMIT, which is the precursor program to disarm, which DHS adopted. They left up a huge cache of documents for the public to see, with their list of countermeasures and incident reports. And we haven't gone through all that stuff yet, but it's a pretty comprehensive list of the stuff they can do on the offensive side. And that stuff should turn out to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, and it confirms a lot of us out here that have been kind of in the information warfare game for a little while, where we have these groups, these private groups, these DM groups, or you see people kind of like work their way and infiltrate, and then it's like break up, like friendships and things like that, or break up the group, or start leaking stuff out and causing rifts and chaos. And it makes me wonder how much you're going to find in there.
Yeah, I mean that's even in some of these groups. There's a whole thing about like dividing. What do they call it? Infiltrate the in-group to discredit leaders. Parentheses divide. that's like one of the countermeasures they recommended. Let's see, what are some of the other ones? Yeah, I mean, honeypot with coordinated inauthentics, marginalized, cut off banking services. I mean, the whole list of stuff that they, for a long time, denied that they did. It's just here in this AIMIT framework, which is now the disarm framework. And in addition to that, you have lists of incident reports about so-called disinformation events, which include things like making Hillary Clinton look bad. So it's this stuff I think is going to be instructional. I mean, I think it'll help us understand, the other side that we didn't get from the Twitter files.
Yeah. And, Matt, I'm going to kick it to Savvy here because I know she's got a question. Before I go there, I was talking about this earlier. The other groups that I kind of go after and try to expose or explain to people what's happening is like the David Brocks of the world, the Michael Teeters of the world, Media Matters, American Bridge, Crew, Share Blue. This meeting that they had in 2017 when Trump was elected, it seems to coincide with the similar meeting that was mentioned here at the Obama White House. And then they built out this massive apparatus where they could control legacy media. They could control the pundits that were being inserted into shows. They could basically coordinate messaging across legacy media outlets. Then what they could do is actually create like a lawfare type team. So like Norm Eisen kind of creeps in there. You had the 65 Project with Michael Teeter. You had FactsFirstUSA.org with Michael Teeter as well. And then he ends up being Ray Epps' attorney in the lawsuit against Fox. And so the timing of 2017 seems to be very interesting if you go back to the David Brock memo, establishing a lot of these groups. And I just have to wonder if it's even broader than individual at all, like that it's all connected here. And so I think these lawsuits with Media Matters coming up, the different lawsuits between Attorney General Bailey from Missouri taking a look at it, the Missouri v. Biden stuff, and the lawsuits with Elon and Truth Social. I just wonder how much more of this is coordinated and connected because the timing of it seems awfully, awfully similar.
Yeah, it's funny that you bring that up, the 2017 date. We are trying to figure out what that might coincide with, and that was one of the things that came up. Yeah, you might be right about that. We have to obviously nail that down, which is going to be really, really tough because nobody's going to want to talk about that. There's some other mentions of some other things in there that coincide with some weird public incidents, including like advertisements from the Department of Defense for people to essentially do shit posting, basically. I don't know, there's not really another word for it. And that coincides with some stuff that's in these documents. So we might be able to get some historical clarity from this stuff. But again, we're still at the beginning stage, so just going through it. But yeah, I think that's you raised some good questions.
Well, I mean, I think that's fantastic work that you're doing. So I'm here for it. I'm on top of it. I have you on notifications, and you and Schellenberger and everybody. So I'm on top
Awesome.
of it here. I'm on top of
Thank
it.
you.
So, Savvy, go ahead.
Hey, Matt. Thank you so much for your work, you and Michael both. And Trash and I normally hold these spaces along with Dustin, several other on this panel. And do you have a schedule of when you think you're going to be releasing each segment? Because we want to make sure that we are giving the coverage that it needs, that we are able to give to the American people.
Well, first of all, hi, Sammy.
Hi, Matt.
How's it going? Yeah. We don't have a schedule. I mean, my thinking on this stuff is maybe a little like Michael and I don't always see eye to eye on this. Like I think with stuff like this that there's kind of a premium on putting out as much as you can as quickly as you can in the early days anyway. So I'm going to try to do that. I just as you're doing the spaces, I just put out another story on Racket, which is really more about the kind of the sillier partisan episodes in these trainings. But there are a bunch of different themes. Obviously, the next couple of days are going to be tough for me, so I'm probably not going to be able to do too much in the next couple of days. But in the upcoming weeks, I'll try to do one every couple of days if I can. And then I'm going to coordinate with Michael while we're there. And we have some other sources that we're trying to work on that may coincide with this, and hopefully in the next couple of weeks we'll get some more stuff. But yeah, we'll be sure to let you know if there's any kind of rough schedule.
Yeah, that would be great. 'Cause like I said, we want to give as much exposure as we can. How do you have time to take some questions?
Sure. Yeah.
Be respectful of your time.
Yeah. A little bit.
All
Yeah.
right, great. So Carolina, why don't you go ahead and then we'll just go down the line.
Yeah, no, if anybody has questions, I was just going to make a comment with Matt. Matt made a comment about some of the information that was being put out and, had to do with the disinformation and the way that they were doing this. And I started this spaces in the very beginning of December with a lot of the great people here discussing the playbooks. So this was, like the 13 rules for radicals and all of that stuff, how they slander, ridicule, deceit, infiltrate. So that's what I started doing in the beginning, doing the trainings where I was, helping people and leaders identify who were these people and how to spot some of those abilities. So I think before anybody organizes here in America, you should at least the very least read, Saul Alinsky with the 13 rules for radicals, many other playbooks that they're out there, because that is exactly what they're doing. And as Matt's work lays out, it's just strategically played there for those that are not familiar and they're kind of naive and they don't believe not only that their government isn't, going to get involved in such psychological plays, but this is a cyber warfare. It's a psychological warfare. And again, you have to know where it's coming from. So please, keep up with those playbooks. I just wanted to make that comment.
Thanks, Carolina. Matt, I have a question about whether they were using foreign governments in order to purposefully sidestep the Constitution, right? We heard from Alex Stamos, right, like talking about extra constitutional. Have you seen anything in this new stuff that they were involving foreign governments in order to violate like constitutional rights, like as a bypass?
No, we didn't see that. The one really significant passage we saw that was about the logistics of doing this was really more focused on what the capabilities and limitations were of the American agencies. And the reason why you would do it through NGOs or civil society organizations here in America. I think it's a little significant that this effort was like quasi-founded by a British official or a British data scientist. There may be some connections to the Integrity Initiative if you go far enough back with this thing, but we haven't mapped all that out yet. I mean, as I mentioned kind of obliquely in one of the stories, that some of the connections in terms of the people involved in this thing are really strange. Like there are ties between S.J. Terp and people from New Knowledge and Hamilton 68, which we haven't gotten into yet, that are really strange coincidences, if they're coincidences. But no, we haven't seen that yet. I mean, like Hamilton 68 is kind of the classic example of how this stuff works, right? You have U.S. funding that goes to a Berlin-based NGO, which in turn finances a dashboard that is used by as a tool or as a resource by American reporters. So that's technically not propagandizing your own population. It's technically defensive, but in reality, it's pretty directly, offensive propaganda at home. And I suspect that's where we're going to find more of that.
Yeah, and again, that goes along with like the pre-bunking stuff, right? And again, right. the year matters as far as 2017 and pre-bunking and what they've all been up to. And I agree with you on that. That I mean, it is offensive, but it's it's vague in showing what it actually does, right? Or the circular reporting fact checkers, that kind of stuff, right? It's still offensive because it is propagandizing and then using false expert propaganda to basically circular report the false news and turning it into astroturfing it into what people believe is fact. So that's
right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's only by technicality is it not sort of blatantly improper, right? So, yeah.
What and Matt, do they reference like the legacy media? Right, I'm thinking especially when we read through your article, I thought of Ben Collins, like specifically in like Brandeis and Drozny, like as kind of like around some of the COVID censorship stuff you talked about, right? Like the drinking bleach groups and all this other stuff. Do they mention like any of these legacy reporters specifically? And if you guys find that, will you expose them by name?
Yes, and I can tell you, hang on a second. One of the documents that we have does mention Ben Collins. But more significantly, there are references to there being reporters in the group, and there's a kind of humorous but also depressing exchange where one of the CTI leaders is like, yeah, there are journalists here, but we kind of don't expect that they're going to be an issue. So in other words, we don't think they're going to actually do reporting. So, they're more like one of us. That line is in there. We haven't published that yet. But yeah, Ben is mentioned in one of these documents, but although I don't know exactly what the context is. There's nobody else from the mainstream journalism world that's mentioned that I've seen yet. But it is conspicuous that they talked about doing being in favor of tabletop exercises, and we saw, journalists doing that in the same year. So that's interesting.
Oh, I can't wait for that story.
Me
And
either.
I'm gonna run wild. I am gonna run wild with that one on Ben's comments. That's gonna be
Oh, you
fun.
already know. You already know me and my stance with Mr. Collins and Miss Sandrowski. So, all right, Heather, my friend, get in here, please. And Matt, thank you for the time. If you need to take off, just let me know, please, Matt.
No
Otherwise,
problem. I got maybe a couple more if that's okay.
perfect. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Heather.
Awesome. Thanks, Aaron. And thank you, Matt, for taking questions. My question for you is, you've done so much great work, and I'm wondering where you archive like all of your information, if you have a place, because I don't know if you're familiar with Open.ink, INK. It's a platform where a friend of mine, Greg Phillips, built out to basically like compile work like yours, right? Like where you're like, oh, I was hoping people would care about this subject. But a lot of the times, like search engines today, because of this censorship, like people just don't know about it, and they need a place to go to look at the raw files, the raw data, like all the things that you're compiling. Open.ink is that place that we're building out. And right now there's only a few collections, but if you don't already have a place where people can go and look at like a historical layout of all of the subjects and collections that you've been building out, I'd love to introduce you to Greg and maybe sort of get you putting some of your work on Open Ink, so that when you do collect all of these massive amounts of data, we can store it in a place where people that are looking to go and look at it for historical context, like real journalism, Matt, which I know is like a dying breed right now. But just let me know your thoughts on that, like if you have a place people can go to, and if not, if you'd be interested in me connecting you with Greg.
So I don't have a place, and I'm technically very not proficient, and I do recognize a need to do that, and so I'd be very interested in talking to Greg and talking to you about that. If you want to just write to my site at Taibbi@substack.com, and maybe in the subject line just write something about archiving. In addition to these documents, maybe some of the Twitter files stuff that we have mounds of attachments from the Twitter files that we haven't even gone through yet, and
Yeah, and the great thing about what Greg's been doing with the Open.ink platforms for this specific reason is building out a system that can take in massive amounts of data. So like they're uploading, I mean, you're talking, I don't even know what the highest word is, like petabyte, terabyte, whatever. Like they've created a system where they can input so much data that there's no limit to what they can put in there. So any information stuff you get with like open records requests, FOIA requests, what they're looking to do is really document and build out what they call collections. So like there'll be a J6 collection, there could be a CTIL files collection, there could be whatever it is you're working on. We build out a collection, and then there's a process of inputting all the historical documents that are devoted to that specific collection, so that when, Google and all these other search engines and social media censor history, we have an archive of what actually happened with all of the sources backed up.
That would be fantastic. We've filed hundreds of FOIA requests. We're getting lots of documents back. A lot of it is, kind of uninteresting, but some of it is interesting, and some of it becomes more interesting as other stuff becomes known. So, yeah, it would be wonderful to have a place to put it all, and yeah, I would certainly be interested in doing that. So please let me know
Awesome.
if you please reach out, and we'll try to figure that out.
And no, we're
awesome. Thanks, Matt.
Oh, sorry, Heather. We're going to be really respectful of Matt's time, so we're only going to do like 2 more quick questions. So we're going to go to Walter and then Jason, and then Matt, we will release you back into the wild.
Hey, Matt, great you came in here. I was I'm pissed I missed the first half of this. I was wondering if any of this stuff is connected up to the Missouri v. Biden stuff that's coming through. I assume some of it has to be based on a lot of this stuff here. So that's what I've been covering. That I've been following that case really, really closely and do a
Sure.
dig into that. So I'm wondering if that stuff is in there.
Sure. So we haven't. First off, yeah, it's a great question. We haven't done a like a person specific search through the incident reports, because among other things, because we only just realized like in the last 36 hours where they were. But this group, obviously, as you know, was dedicated to ostensibly to COVID misinformation and disinformation. So I would imagine that there's going to be stuff in there that has bearing on those three main plaintiffs, whether directly or indirectly. And if we find it, we've been in touch with those lawyers, with those plaintiffs. We'd be very anxious to let them know anything we find. It would be surprising if there wasn't specific material that intersected with that case. So
Yeah, I'd be shocked if there's not stuff that overlaps. The moment I read it, as soon as you released it, that's what my first thought was. There's got to be stuff that overlaps in there.
yeah, especially since we've already found some fairly ridiculous hysterical responses to pretty anodyne stuff about protesting lockdowns. I'm sure that there's going to be something in there somewhere about the opinions of Martin Kulldorff and Jay Bhattacharya. So if we find that stuff, we'll obviously turn it over as quickly as we can.
All right, go ahead, Jason, and this will be our last question for Matt.
Thanks, Matt. Good to cross paths with you again. That was actually a good segue as to what I'm sort of asking a question about here. Are you going to at some point make all the raw data available? The reason I ask is because I am actually working as a consultant for a very prominent name that was shut down across all the platforms, and we're trying to get the correlation between the government right at the moment about potentially bringing an FTCA claim against the government for going after an individual because they were at least named, I believe, named in some of the Twitter files. Is there a way that we can sort of fast track that, because we're doing this in real time right now and waiting kind of on what Texas does with regards to the the stay with the United States Supreme Court?
Yeah, I would imagine so. Michael and I are both going to be, we have our own, we're
Like, is there a way to connect with you to potentially get this stuff?
Yeah, unlike the Twitter files where there were some kind of odd logistical reasons not to release everything, I don't see that problem here necessarily. So as soon as we talk it through with everybody and with the source, it's up to him, that person ultimately. But I don't see any reason why not. So
even to backtrack to the Twitter files, if there's stuff that's not out there, if there's a way that we can connect, because this is like we're essentially going to be going after the government very much out of like what Missouri versus Biden did, what the Twitter files and so forth, because we want to convert this into essentially the government using these big tech companies as what's called instrumentalities. They're not agents or state actors. They're the instrument by which they're censoring the entire nation.
Interesting.
It's a little different approach.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe email you.
Yeah, email me again, taibbi@substack.com. Let me know. Put it in the subject line that it's about Missouri v. Biden, and I'll take a look.
Okay. Thanks.
The Twitter files are, it's a bunch of pretty discrete data sets, so I wouldn't get my hopes up. Most of the things that we thought were interesting, we've already published, but
Well, the idea is that if they're named and it is the government, I mean, we would be fine. I know that the client would likely be fine with doing a hold harmless to Twitter just to get the information as to what the government was doing.
Gotcha.
So we'll touch base. I'll send you an email.
Awesome. All right. Well, happy to do it. Just send an email and we'll get in touch.
And it was Taibbi at Substack.com. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Excellent.
All right. I know you got to bounce.
Abby. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yes, Matt. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks again.
Thanks for letting me come in. It looks like it's great that you're having these spaces, and really appreciate that you took time out to look at this story. And good luck, and hopefully I'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah,
Absolutely. We
we'll
will
be
have and trash takeover.
Yeah, we'll be definitely keeping an eye on this. We'll have every space on every drop that happens, and we'll be reporting it. Everyone knows. They also know that all these spaces are recorded in my highlights tab. They share it outside of X to other platforms to people. So it's pretty common, Matt. So I really appreciate your time in here. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
Crush it in the congressional hearings, Matt. Like, we're counting on you. I can't wait to watch, man. It's gonna be epic.
Oh yeah, let's see how it goes. Keep your fingers crossed. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Matt.
Take care now. Bye-bye.
Take care. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. We're praying for you.
Let's go. Oh man,
that was great.
So good.
Having Taibbi in here for an hour, like the hell.
Aaron,
yeah, he used to come
I'm
in.
so proud of you guys.
Yeah, he used to come in the early days of the Twitter Files drops when we had the spaces. He used to come in and give us, about 30 minutes. And so he was very gracious giving us an hour tonight. I'm excited, Dustin. I know you are too. He said something specifically about journalists involved in this group, and even Ben Collins was mentioned. I cannot tell you how much I'm waiting for this, Dustin.
Bro, so that I got it right with Ben Collins specifically, right?
One name and you nailed it.
Yes, right. So it was so clear when I read through the article, right? And we were going through it, it just kept ringing to me, right? Ben Collins is always the guy who reports on some Facebook group no one's ever heard of. That's like, oh, they're telling people to drink bleach, right? And as I'm reading the offensive capabilities, it just clicked with me. And so here's the fun part, right? I threw this up on the Jumbotron, right? Ben Collins has to be shitting bricks right now, right? Again, the beauty of this is we didn't get the specifics, right? So he doesn't know and we don't know, right? How they're talking about him being like their chosen lackey, right? Oh, if there's any idiot who will run this story without question, it's Ben Collins. Oh, I can't wait. Oh man. So for me, again, the confirmation of like so much of what we've reversed engineered in the past, right? And the thing is, when you reverse engineer it, you don't always have the receipts. You don't have the internal communications. You know it happened. You know they're the ones who had the motivation to do it. You can see who some of the like public facing players are, but you can't necessarily, right, like show that in a way that proves it. And now what we're getting, right, is that because we reverse engineered it, we know exactly what specific receipts to ask for. And that's why when he confirmed, because when I asked, I was like, Ben Collins. And he's like, oh, you know what? Actually, Ben Collins, I think is reference specific. It jumped out because he's like the one journalist. Dude, I was doing backflips. I was so stoked.
That was breaking news. I immediately sent that to Travis. I'm like, we just got breaking news.
Well, the other part about this is if he actually works with Heather and gets all of that data dumped onto Open Ink, you know how sick it would be if we crowdsourced. We'll tear through that in no time. That would be so.
Oh yeah,
dude. Like, do you know how excited I got when he said that? And I'm like, this is exactly what Greg was thinking. Like, where you're talking about like receipts and stuff, right? Think about how many people out there have done open records requests for information. They've already gotten it, but they have nowhere to put it. Think of like if you could actually go to open.inc, which is INK, type in something like CTIL files, and then all of a sudden a list of all of these open records requests that have been done related to this collection pop up. think about like if you could just, go to open.inc and type in Matt Taibbi, and like all of a sudden all the collections he's affiliated with pop up, right? This is a way for people to back up and archive historical information, because when we're in an age of psychological warfare, nothing is more important than backing up the historical truth. That means every open records request, whether or not they send us what we're asking for, we submit and back up the fact that we filed it. We prove and documented that they didn't give us what we asked for. If they do give it to us, then we document that, and we start writing out the historical truth of what is going on. That's how you combat psychological warfare, is with the truth. And it's so important, guys, that we roll out this open.inc stuff, because everyone knows if you go to Google and you search some of this stuff, you're never going to find it. They're going to bury it.
So
And so we have to
also,
have a platform like this that is like
for every
an information hub for
yeah,
history.
for
yeah,
everybody.
and then also, guys, if you go to my highlights tab of my profile, in there was a space that Heather and I did with Greg at Open.inc, and this is discussing the Air Marshal 4 Quad S designation, and it's also discussing the Ed Martin's reporting using these security cameras on the outside, trying to figure out who Mr. Coffee is, who built the gallows in the morning of January 6th, who happened to go get coffee in front of the FBI office and knew exactly where to go. That space is in my highlights tab. It was Real Opening's first space, and I've been pushing it quite a bit because a lot of the information is there. Ed Martin will be doing more January 6th collection stories coming up, guys. He's working on them right now, so they'll all be there. So shameless plug. And Ivan, thanks for joining us. I wanted to be able to get you up to ask him the question, but Matt gave us an hour of the time. Sorry, Ivan, but how are you, sir? He's got to get back.
Well, real quick, whenever people were talking about Google, use Yandex is the new search engine I've been using. This thing is fantastic. It is a non-censored Google. It's like
Wait, how do you spell that?
Yandex.
Hey, Ivan, are you with us?
It just got real quiet because
Hey,
everyone's muting space.
you guys hear me?
I literally went to Google and typed in Yandex.
Yeah, Ivan, we got you. Go
I've
ahead.
been.
Hey, sorry, I was on a plane. I'm in Boston heading to this thing in New Hampshire, a Supreme Court case about voting machines
Oh,
tomorrow with Dan
you're in
Richards.
my home turf, Ivan. Welcome back.
Hey, what's up? No,
Are you
I'm
coming
sorry
to
I
meet up
missed a
with
lot of this stuff.
Ken and Tom?
Yes, absolutely. Ken, Tom,
Word.
and then Dan Richard. No, but as it
Yeah.
applies to this, what I wanted to ask Taibbi and everybody else to kind of think through, this is what I'm working on. I'm trying to create the list of all the individuals that were involved in this whole censorship industrial complex, as well as going back to the 51 that provided top cover for the Biden criminal syndicate laptop, et cetera, and then going back to Crossfire Hurricane. Every single member of the government that is listed there that has a Twitter account, why don't we just subpoena or request Elon to publish that publicly? And when we have access to all of their DMs, it's essentially like a private citizen FOIA. I know you can't FOIA a private company, but essentially that's what it is, where the American public is demanding that there be a release of all that have been implicated in this destruction of our constitutional order. And it would be nice to then connect the dots from there to expose all of them. That's all I had to say.
No, I agree. And I was trying to get you up, but I know Matt had to go. But I was trying to get
Now,
you up
I
because
will
I
be at the
saw that.
hearing on Thursday, so hopefully I'll bump into him in the morning
Yep.
because I'll be back.
Yep. That would be awesome. Yep. So, yeah, no, I think you're spot on there. I think you're right. That's why I tried to get you up, but he had to go. So hopefully you bump into him in D.C. on Thursday.
Yeah,
So,
like the 51 that provided cover, the 39 that unmasked Flynn, the Vindman brothers, along with Eric Cheramella, the whistleblower, his attorneys Mark Zaid, Andrew Bakaj, and then we're going to tie that back into the staff director for the J6 cover-up committee was one of the 51 that provided cover, David Buckley. So as we link all that together and then read all their social media, obviously Facebook and all the other ones are going to use legal maneuvers to block those subpoenas. But if Jim Comer, as well as Jim Jordan, and maybe on his own volition, Elon Musk could put that out there, I think we get beyond a reasonable doubt on what most of us in this group know to have occurred.
You know, what I'd really like to see would be, so there's 1,500 people or 1,200 people part of the CTIL that he listed in this. I want their names and I want their service records for when they served in intelligence agencies. That's what I want. I want to know when they left. I want to know the dates that they left, and I want to know what agencies they left specifically. That's what I really like to see.
Yeah, me too.
Epic call, Ivan, like all the way around. And right, if we can get more of this going, right? Like again, it feels like the dam is breaking, and so I'm gonna take this for the Ben Collinses of the world, for whoever the whistleblower is, right? It is all coming out. So you might as well get out in front of it and start snitching, right? Like there's still a couple whistleblower spots, but they are going fast. So like you better hurry up and just turn over all the documents, right?
So down in the chat, somebody posted a screenshot of Ben Collins DMing somebody, and Dustin, I sent it to you in text. This seems to be his account, and he says, "Gotta love Matt Taibbi." Well, you probably don't. Gotcha. So, it's down in the chat. Apparently, Ben Collins has gotten wind of this space today and the CTIL revelations. So apparently, Ben is feeling it, Dust.
Well, if you want to go up and help me keep the pressure on, like I suggest, like just dropping a line to Ben, like right, time to snitch, brother. Like right, you've been exposed. Like tag him. It's 1_ is his handle, but like again, as soon as this came out for me, right, and again it was just so obvious to me that he had to be a part of this because he's always the guy who's elevating this kind of like nonsense about these crazy Facebook groups that like I've never heard of, no conservative or person I've ever interacted with has ever heard of them. And it's like they're telling people to drink bleach, right? They want you to pour bleach in your eyeballs and it's hurting people. It's like it's so over the top ridiculous, but because of the way this came out, that the fact that that he didn't say exactly how he's referenced, right, or what his reference is about, he's got to be so nervous, right? Like again, I mean, it's not like he's got shame or anything, right? But at some level, right, he has been suspended from NBC. He's the one who got suspended from NBC News, right, for trash talking Taibbi after the Twitter files, right? And so I'm just saying, dude, we again we might see another domino fall, and this gets to
Wait,
my
wait, wait,
point.
wait, whoa, pause for a second. He got suspended for trash talking Taibbi for releasing the
And Elon.
Twitter file. Wait, so
Yeah.
doesn't NBC hate them though? Why would they fire him for that?
No, because it was so over the top, right? It was like Elon is a tyrant, and it was so over the top that even MSNBC had to be like, yeah, we're suspending him for a month from being on the air because that was crazy. So can you imagine? I don't remember exactly the context. I
I
just
just
remember it was so over the top. They suspended
hmm.
him from going on the air for a month.
It's funny because I feel like they trash people like Elon. So like I don't understand why they would suspend somebody for doing what they do anyway.
Probably just a front. Dustin, were you talking about Team Halo, about that group that was censoring everybody, just if you posted about having turmeric for inflammation or whatever, that disinformation campaign, like with the doctors, and it was like activists? Is that, I think it was called Team Halo or something like that.
There was that one. There were several. Like to be honest, like it's hard to keep track because he's the guy who is always. And remember, the reason I have zero like empathy or sympathy for the guy, he's the guy that calls people's employers to get them fired. He's the one who doxes them if they're anonymous, and then calls their employers, calls their schools, right? Calls the social media companies. This guy is like the hatchet man on the like public facing side of it, Ben Collins. And so right, the fact that if, and this is why again I hope everybody takes a little bit of a white pill about this, which is we are watching the censorship industrial complex get exposed, litigated in, right, criminally and civilly, right, all over the country, right ahead of, right when the left is depending on them most ahead of the election. And so, right, we are on the right track with this. This is awesome. Great work, Trash, Savvy, everybody. Like, absolutely phenomenal space. Thank you guys
You
for
too,
continuing
Dustin,
to do
because
this.
I remember when we had the censorship of Dr. Kirk Moore. Literally in one of your spaces, I think we fundraised him over $10,000 for his litigation when, he's going to go up against the federal government. So I don't forget about these things. People like you just really came through. Trash, you both were like just on fire, asking people to just come and support this guy. He allegedly had given over 1,100, fake vaccines to save, all these people from having to be fired from their jobs or comply or whatnot. And, he's probably going to go to federal prison. And during the space with you guys, I mean, you really guys came through for that. So, look at the power of, I think it was like less than 30 minutes, an hour, $10,000 straight to his legal. So thank you so much for that.
Well, so again, and I think Jason really highlighted this, Trash, right? To go back to like the subject material, right? Material at hand. The offensive capabilities make this a whole different ballgame. Creating fake personas, right? Putting misinformation out so that you can blame it on other people. You are going so far beyond, right, any of the protections, right, that you get under any of the government programs, right? I just had brain fart, right? So anyway, the fact that they went full psychological operation at the government level, targeted at the American people, right, makes this a whole different game legally, both civilly and criminally, right? And I'd like to point out that the timing of this, Attorney General Paxton in Texas is looking into Media Matters. You think Media Matters isn't one of the NGOs referenced in the CITIL stuff, right? You have Andrew Bailey, the head litigator of Missouri v. Biden, right, also opening an investigation into Media Matters and the NGOs. And now we get all this extra information, right, that is going to advance those cases. This is divine. Like, thank God, right? All grace to God, right? All power to God. But thank God, because we needed this. And ahead of the election, again, all we want is right. I don't want to silence the left. I don't want to pull these games and right. I'm not going to waste my time training people to go like try to create division in their activist groups. But all we want is the ability to be able to organize and speak and have. Oh, listen, we don't even need a fair election, right? Just don't tie both of our hands behind our back and blindfold us, and we'll win, right? So let's go.
So
You know,
Dustin, there's people going on my timeline here, and they're pulling up me going after doing my raccoon things against Ben Collins. So yeah. So he put out a tweet on November 20th, and he said, "You're not going to believe this, but a quote thermonuclear lawsuit against Media Matters was not filed. The split second court opens on Monday." And I politely reminded him with the court document that you are a fact to hack. You're going to cry, and I bet you don't want discovery, but it's been filed today, you clown. And so apparently people found this on my timeline. I forgot that I went after him the other day. I went after him today. I hate Ben Collins. He's just such a disgusting establishment swine. But I tell you, Dustin, I want to remind folks of what's happening. The reason I asked Matt Taibbi the question about Media Matters, David Brock, and the meeting that happened in 2017, because I bet you, if they start pointing some directions within this tranche of information that they have, there's going to be some crossover. If the journalists are crossing over in this data set, David Brock, Media Matters, and that whole crew is going to cross over in this data set. And he even said, yeah, that makes sense. The timing makes sense. And so we can really start to unravel this, right? So just to remind everyone, we have Missouri v. Biden, we have Hines v. Stamos, both in Terry Doty's district in the Fifth Circuit down in Louisiana. We have the lawsuit from Ken Paxton. We've got the lawsuit from Elon Musk. We've got Truth Social lawsuit. We've got America First Legal, by the way. Steve Miller and that group, they're going after them as well. Then we have
Trash. On the America First Legal, this is something I wanted to ask Taibbi, and I forgot to do it. In their lawsuit, they list they call it a counterintelligence experts group. I want to know who's on that group. I wonder if that crosses over to these people. If these people from CTIL are on that group, that would be huge.
Yeah, I think it might. And so I want to remind you of all these pieces moving is the point I'm trying to make. And so I'm very hopeful. I'm going to be in this fight. Obviously, we are going to be holding these spaces on this topic. Sabby had to go because it's late. But on Thursday, we'll be having a space at 10 a.m. Eastern to cover the hearing that Schellenberger and Taibbi and others are at Capitol Hill on Thursday. We'll be covering it here with analysis in real time. So if you missed the space earlier, you can go back and listen to this. It will be in my highlights tab. It is recorded. Or you can join us on Thursday, and we're going to go over it again. But I am looking very much forward to how all of this coalesces. And we might actually be able to take down this entire influence apparatus that has been built up with our taxpayer dollars, that have been weaponized against the American public, that are not allowing us to sit down at a table and disagreeing like gentlemen and ladies, and then trying to find a solution. So I'm here for it. Jason Thick has his cases at SCOTUS as well. I think this is very important. So it's all here. It's all there, guys. Let me get a couple hands. But guys, I'm running out of steam. I've been sick all day. If you can't tell, I'm losing steam here. I'm probably going to shut this down very soon, but come back and see us on Thursday.
Aaron, we should have Ivan like preface the freaking big case that's going on tomorrow, the Dan Richards case here in New Hampshire.
Oh yeah.
Ivan, do you want to like sort of give everyone like the background on the Dan Richards case that you flew in for?
Yeah, a little bit. So before I transition to that, I just wanted to let people know, I'm sure you do, but the DHS, Secretary Mayorkas, back in September 19th, announced the establishment of the Homeland Intelligence Experts Group. And some of these names are very familiar to some of us, John Brennan being the one, James Clapper, etc. So as we start to pull the thread on all of this, it's going to go a lot of this ties back to John Brennan and Jim Clapper, FYI. As far as the case tomorrow, so we have a pro se litigant, Dan Richards, which probably is the one person that knows the New Hampshire Constitution better than any other, probably most, if not all, attorneys in New Hampshire, specifically as it applies to election law and the historical context of the election law of New Hampshire, going back to the late 1780s, I believe. And so he's bringing forth a case claiming that in the aftermath of Harper v. Moore, which was put out by the U.S. Supreme Court in June, as much detail as I would like, but his argument is that the manner in which the election was conducted back in 2020 and then subsequent from there was not done according to the state constitution, state election law, thus rendering it illegitimate, right? And that's kind of the bottom line argument, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out tomorrow. It's an oral argument, and he's already done an oral argument. I can't remember if it was in the Supreme Court, Heather, previous to this, but he has experience litigating, if you will, as a pro se litigant in New Hampshire, and it's been pretty effective. The judges, I think he knows the issues much better than the judges themselves, so it could be a net positive or a net negative, because they may look at him in disdain because he knows the issues much better than they do, or they may just listen to him because his delivery is pretty effective. It's not bombastic, it's not over the top aggressive. It's, I think, very effective in terms of being able to influence in a polite discourse in a courtroom.
Ivan, like I don't know if you've talked to Tom and Ken, but is this particular case the one where I'm pretty certain it's, if you have like an absentee ballot or something like that in New Hampshire, it's actually, in order to submit it, it's supposed to be notarized, which is in like the state constitution. But like at some point in time, they decided to print certain information on the absentee ballots, and there was so much information on the paper that it ended up pushing off the portion that required the notary signature because it couldn't all fit on the paper. And so therefore, basically the Constitution wasn't followed because none of these absentee ballots were being notarized since they made that
Yes, I
adjustment.
think
So
that
is
is
that
one of
the
the
same
components of what he's
case?
arguing.
What?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, this guy knows the New Hampshire Constitution in and out, but I think it goes a step further where it actually impacts other states as well.
Yeah, I think it might. So, are you going to be there tomorrow as well?
Possibly, depending on how long it's going to go. I'm supposed to be showing up there first thing in the morning because this is it's Dan Richards versus the governor, Chris Sununu, right?
Yeah, let me drop the flyer that was made for this for people. I don't know if it's going to be live streamed by the court, but I'm going to try to make sure that at least one of us puts it out there, and I'm going to share it on my social media. If no one else is going to do it, I'll go ahead and do it on my StreamYard, and then push it out to all my social media accounts.
Wow, that's wild. And also, the other lawsuit I was
But it
thinking of,
shouldn't take
Aaron.
more than 30 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes, because I think they're giving him 15 minutes to make the argument. There's going to be Q&A by the judges, and then I'm not sure how much the government's going to participate. They're just going to try to dismiss it outright because I don't think they have a strong argument. They're going to claim that he's not the right party to bring it forward. That's their easiest path. It's kind of like what happened with the 2020 election cases with John Roberts. John Roberts just dismissed it outright because, well, he hates Trump. That's the bottom line. And he used his position as the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court to dismiss it on standing, even though if he would have taken it, it would have obligated him to rule in favor of Trump. And so we'll see what happens with the Supreme Court in New Hampshire, which I think a lot of those judges, I'll have to take a look, are appointed by Sununu.
Right on. We'll be paying attention to it, Ivan. If you push it out, I'll probably cover it as well and try to get some more ears and
Cool.
eyes on it as
Thank
well.
you.
Yeah, man, for sure. All right, guys, let me get through these hands. I really don't feel well. I got a cold that kind of came on to me today, but this was a huge space and was necessary. So here we are. We're several hours into this at this point. So Brianna, Jason, and Rick, and then any final comments from everybody, and then I'll close it down.
Hey, can I go? I'm about to have to step out. Can I go real quick?
That's fine, Rick. Go ahead.
Okay. Ivan, this is for you. Bill Bailey and Matt DePerno, do you know who those guys are in Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. They found the corrupt software in the machine. Are you aware of any others of these swing states that also found that same software that could manipulate the vote in other states? And does the other congressmen and people know about it?
The last part of it is probably not because they don't want to look into it and it's too technical for them. But the first part of your question is, are there other states? I mean, Tina Peters really was the one that was instrumental in showcasing. She did an image. This is Tina Peters, Mesa County Clerk of Colorado.
Yes, yes.
If you don't know that story, there was a documentary movie that Mike Lindell basically helped put together called Selection Code that goes into some of those details. And I think the best person to ask on that would be Kurt Olson, who's the attorney, I think, helping and supporting that component on the software piece.
What about
My
Georgia? Do you
role
know
in this
anything on
entire
Georgia? They found it.
operation has been not the machines. I argued from the get-go that the manner in which the elections were conducted procedurally were illegitimate, and they violated the state election law, thus triggering a violation of the federal Constitution's Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, thus rendering those electors, particularly the presidential, illegitimate, both the Republican and Democrat ones. And it wasn't until we get resolution with a state legislature holding a joint session vote to determine which legitimate electors that they deem legitimate by that state. We've never had that. So all this litigation going on in D.C. with Jack Smith and Georgia and Michigan with the electors trying to delegitimize them, it's missing the point. The point is still that the electors as submitted were illegitimate, all of them.
Yep. And it's funny that you mentioned that, Ivan, because the whole point of January 6th and what was going to actually happen that way was this exact discussion where they were going to debate the merits of the electors and decide whether or not they were going to send it back to the states. And I can tell you, as somebody that was covering all of the Georgia
Yep.
election procedural violations, fraud, ballot harvesting, the Senate hearings that they did at the Capitol. I can tell you that I interviewed Kelly Loeffler before the Georgia Senate runoff races. This woman told me in an interview, she's like, I'm not going to certify Georgia's elections. Georgians deserve answers. Like, what happened was not okay, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. She was running for her runoff race, which was January 5th, a day before January 6th. And then on January 6th, when she went down to Washington, because of the events of January 6th, she decided that she would go from not certifying Georgia's electoral votes to certifying them, right? Which I don't understand, because apparently you were going to decertify them and not certify them based on the events that happened in your home state. But because
No, so
of
if for those that don't
uh,
know, Heather and others, I was the one that wrote the tweet that Trump retweeted that started the whole sequence of events that created the Fed's direction. So the Operation Pence Card tweet, and then I was behind the scenes convincing dozens of members of the House to go ahead and object based on the violation of Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of the by the states transmitting what they did. So I was very heavily involved in that behind the scenes, literally day in and day out. I communicated with probably a dozen members in the White House. Uh, 15 or so people were questioned about me by the J6 Select Committee. They never called me in because I think when they looked at it, if they were to bring light to me and raise me up to their level like a Mike Pence, it would have completely we would have been 2 years ahead of what I am right now. And exposing what happened on January 6th, specifically how the Capitol Police Board, via Nancy Pelosi, conducted the Fedsurrection and how they continued to cover it up. And a lot of that's going to be exposed when we get the direct messages of all the people that I mentioned earlier.
That's kind of funny, because that's kind of how I feel about like the Georgia indictees. I'm like, I know so much about Georgia, and I'm like, they probably didn't want to bring me in because of how much I know. But it's just funny because they indicted election officials. So what's going to stop them from indicting a journalist, right? Like, they're already as crooked and like organized criminals as it comes. So,
Yeah.
but it is really interesting because January 6th was supposed to be the day that on a national stage in front of the entire country and really the entire world, because everyone was watching what America was doing. It was supposed to be that day that we discussed what was happening in each state
Yep.
respectively, what went wrong,
Absolutely.
what went right, and had that national conversation. But
And
for
one
the
other
events
point
of
that I'll make
January
is that
6th,
this
that
part is not
conversation was
discussed
never had.
by John Eastman and the rest of the attorneys. So what I had presented to Kevin McCarthy as well as Mike Pence's chief of staff was for them to go ahead and hold a vote on the objections by the one state, one vote framework as envisioned by the 12th Amendment when there's a contingent election. Because the Electoral Count Act doesn't specify on how you vote on the objection, whether it's one person, one vote in the House or by delegation. I said that, hey, McCarthy, stand up at the end of the 2 hour debate period for Arizona and the other states and vote one state, one vote. And that would have put us at a 27 Republican, 20 Democrat, 3 state framework. And that would have, if we did that for 3 states, triggered an overall contingent election, thus a reelection of Trump by the House. And then the Senate was still 52-48 with Loeffler and Perdue in there, which would have, at that point, the uniparty would have had to acquiesce and agree to a Pence caretaker handler of Trump for the second term. And I presented that. I publicly articulated it. Behind the scenes, I articulated it. And I believe my assessment is that when Nancy Pelosi and her staff caught wind of it uh, and heard me explain on one of my last podcasts going into January 6th, I think it was Praying Medic, where he asked me, what do you think Trump means when he says it's going to get wild? And I said, constitutionally, getting wild would mean that Nancy Pelosi would stop the count from taking place under the one state, one vote delegation by ordering her sergeant at arms to expel the Senate to essentially pause the process from occurring. Well, she did that and took it one step further by calling on her head of Intel and Interagency Coordination Division, Yogananda Pittman, to go ahead and facilitate the breach along with her daughter as she's coordinating from the inside, standing next to her, coordinating with their son-in-law Michael Voss on the outside, as our good friends Ray Epps conducts outer breach 1, 2, and 3, as he then hands it over to inner breach team, DC Metro undercovers, federal undercovers that are coordinated by the head of Intel and Interagency Coordination Division of U.S. Capitol Police by the same name, Yogananda Pittman. And then in that mix, you have John Sullivan, obviously.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, I mean we've been following that for sure. Real quick, guys, I do need to shut this down. I am running on empty. I've been sick today. But up in the nest, I did post the space for Thursday. Savvy and I will be holding, and this is on the Weaponization Committee, Twitter Files hearing, and CITL PSYOPs, which we went over tonight. So that will be the hearing where Schellenberger, Taibbi, and others will be at Capitol Hill testifying. So let me knock out the hands. And Ivan, I appreciate you showing up. I think you provided excellent information. And Heather, great snag on the open.ink with Taibbi. We need that stuff there. And I am like drooling at it. Like when everyone's talking about everything else that was going on, I was the one, Heather, if you remember, drooling on the open source info platform of open.ink. And so we've been obviously holding spaces and talking about it. So Jason, get in here, and then guys, I'm probably going to close this down. I'm struggling, guys.
Thanks, Trish. Yeah, I'm going to keep this relatively short and probably a good thing to close on anything, anyhow, because first off, Ivan, good to see you again, buddy. It's been like 2 weeks, I think. And as he goes, but what you were saying about all the different cases, all the different things, the things Ivan's talking about, and so forth. There are those of us out there that are actually fighting real fights. And the point is, you can't win every single battle, but we can beat them, but like a death by 1,000 paper cuts. Like we're just beating the snot out of them from every direction. And what happens is that they used to call the establishment a conspiracy theory, but the reality is we're establishing who these people are by isolating them with all different lawsuits from all different directions and so forth. So I do have, like you said, I hold out hope that we might actually be able to stop this. I didn't think so for a while there, but I think that we actually have a pretty good shot. So with that, I'll leave it.
Trash. Thank you, brother.
All right, and I will
Honored.
tell everyone, make sure you pick out what you're wearing to Trump's inauguration in 2025. That's all I'm saying.
Well, thank you guys, everybody, for coming. Trash, for doing this while you're sick, brother. So appreciate you, right? And honored to co-host. We broke news, right? Ben Collins is sweating buckets and shitting bricks, baby. Hopefully, right? And I'm gonna close with my favorite thing, which is snitch now or go to prison later, bitches. Like the censorship industrial complex is going down.
It absolutely 100% going down. And big thanks, if anybody's listening to this, to Matt Taibbi's time that he gave us to talk about what he's got going on. He joined in the space, gave us an hour of his time, and I think that was just absolutely epic. I thought maybe I could goad him into showing up because I've gotten him to do it before during Twitter Files, and sure enough, he came in. So I really appreciate Matt coming in, and for everybody that's been here. We've been consistently over 1,000 people listening in this space, and it is recorded. So you can go to my highlights tab. I will put it there. I will also, just like I do with every recording, I set the start time to where the information starts, and so that will be there in my highlights tab, as well as many, if not all, the things that we talked about tonight. It will be in there as well because this has been my wheelhouse. This is the stuff I talk about. So here we are, guys. I appreciate everybody, and like I said, I probably would have kept this going otherwise. But I'm just, man, I got sick this morning. I knew it. It was a weird taste in my mouth. I'm like, oh, here it comes. And it's just being progressively worse. So sorry I had to bail, you guys. I might pop into space later, but that I don't have to run. And big, warm, heartfelt shout out to Tara Rodas, who's been listening. Tara, you're the real one for exposing what happened to these children through Health and Human Services. Go follow Tara Rodas. She is a real American that has exposed what's happening to missing children in this country due to our unfettered immigration and our terrible Health and Human Services policies. So thank you, Tara. I've seen you here rocking with us today. Jim Bennett down in Georgia. We're getting behind you, buddy. We're gonna get you over the hump and get Turd Ferguson out of the way. Anyway, I appreciate all you guys, and Jason, much love. I probably will have a space on what Ivan